You may be seated. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our public hearing and interviews for the position of Tennessee Attorney General and Reporter. We want to welcome the applicants, families, supporters, all of you who are here in person. Also, we want to welcome those who are watching us on live stream. I am Tennessee Supreme Court Chief Justice Roger Page, and on behalf of the court and the people of the state of Tennessee, we appreciate each of you applicants, speakers, and members of the public for taking the time to be with us today. We are ready to do our duty under Article 6, Section 5 of the Tennessee Constitution and select an Attorney General for our great state for the next 8 years. We want to stop and thank General Herbert Slattery for his exemplary service over the past 8 years. He has done an extraordinary job, and we appreciate that. First, I'd like to introduce the members of the court. To my immediate right is Justice Sharon Lee from Madisonville. To my immediate left is Justice Jeff Bivens from Franklin. To my far right is Justice Holly Kirby from Memphis. To my far left is Justice Sarah Campbell from Nashville. And as I said, I'm Roger Page, and I'm from Henderson. We're going to begin this process by having each applicant, we did begin the process by having each applicant complete a detailed application, and those were made available to the public on the court's website. We have 6 outstanding applicants. We're going to start with the introductory phase of our proceedings this morning. We have 1 applicant who will have someone speak with him, and 5 applicants who are going to speak by themselves only. Each applicant's presentation, including additional speakers, is limited to 10 minutes. Rachel Harmon, our Deputy Director of the Administrative Office of the Courts, will be our timekeeper this morning. It's just like when we have our appellate proceedings. When you have 10 minutes, and when the light turns yellow, you have 1 minute left. We will go in alphabetical order, both during the introductory phase and during our interviews. So we will go with Donald Cochran Jr., Jerome Cochran, Michael Donovan, Culver Schmid, Jonathan Scrimetti, and Bill Young. Applicants and speakers are asked to come forward to the microphone when it's your time to speak. The 10-minute time limit will start when you begin speaking and will continue to all the speakers are finished for each candidate. Following the individual statements, members of the public are invited to speak in opposition to any of the applicants. I understand we have 1 person who wants to do that. Each speaker in opposition will have 3 minutes to share his or her opinion regarding any of the applicants. The applicant will then have 3 minutes to respond if he wants to. The timekeeper will inform you when your time is up. And I will let you know when it's time to come to the microphone. After the introductions, we'll move into the interview portion of the meeting. As I said, the interviews will also be in alphabetical order, and we also ask you come to the microphone when it's your time to speak. If the introduction phase this morning goes quickly enough, we may start with 1 or 2 interviews this morning. So I guess the first 2 on the list, the 2 Cochrans, be ready to consider that. And we'll take a break for lunch. Of course, as I said, Mr. Donald Cochran is first up. I believe Dean Alberto Gonzalez is going to speak for him. And we're ready to start. You may begin.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. My name is Alberto R. Gonzalez. Presently, I am the Dean at Belmont University College of Law. For the past 8 years, my friend, Attorney General Herbert Slattery, has served our state with distinction. Like many Tennesseans, it's important to me who this body appoints to follow in General Slattery's footsteps. It's my pleasure to introduce Donald Q Cochran Jr. I've known Don since 2012, first as a colleague at Belmont, then during his service as a U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Tennessee, and most recently again as a member of our faculty. You have the details of his extensive accomplishments in his application. This morning I wish to provide you my observations about him. Don Cochran is one of the most disciplined and focused individuals with whom I have ever worked. He's a decision maker by nature. If you have a problem or challenge, Don is going to find a solution. He is deliberate and measured in his actions, and I believe he will appropriately discharge the majestic power of the Attorney General's office to secure justice for the people of Tennessee and to promote the rule of law. Don is smart and very experienced, yet wisely surrounds himself with talent because he knows he's not an expert on all things legal. His confidence is matched by his humility. When matters arise outside his expertise, he takes the time to learn or solicits the advice of others with greater experience. He's also willing to consider contrary views and dissenting opinions. However, he understands that as Attorney General, the final decision is going to be his. Actions by the Attorney General, as you well know, must be without political favor or gain or personal bias. And Don has a reputation for fairness and being non-political in his government service. He's comfortable making decisions even in the face of criticism and second-guessing. Respectfully, that's the type of courage the people of Tennessee expect and deserve from our Attorney General. Don is also a teacher, both in the classroom and in the courtroom. In fact, he is one of our best professors. As reflected in his application, he has significant litigation experience. Of course, he likely will not be trying a lot of cases if appointed, but his experience is the foundation of a fountain of wisdom that will make the work of the office even more effective. Finally, Don is a true patriot. He loves America, as evidenced by a career of service and sacrifice for our nation and this state. His values are deeply important to him. Because of his strong convictions, I cannot imagine Don ever bowing to political pressure. He has the character and the integrity to exercise independent judgment in every matter. Now, I know several of the candidates you will consider for this important office. Some are friends, and I appreciate the willingness of all of the candidates to serve the people of Tennessee. As far as I know, they're all good people, and they're fine lawyers. However, I support Don because he is superbly qualified by virtue of his experience and temperament, and based on his proven record of leadership and service. Everything that I know about Don Cochran, his life experiences, his relationship with his family, friends, and colleagues, tells me he will bring credit to the office if appointed. I understand and respect your authority to make this decision, and while I do not want to lose him from our faculty, I respectfully urge your favorable consideration of Don Cochran. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Dean Gonzalez, for that kind introduction. Good morning, Mr. Chief Justice and members of the court. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Obviously, this role that the court plays in selecting its Attorney General and reporter is an incredibly important and unique one. And at this point in time in our state and country, it's a particularly critical decision. The Tennessee Attorney General's office is one of the largest law firms in the state and clearly the one most important to the lives of Tennesseans. The Attorney General's number one job, just as I said to my office when I first took over as United States Attorney, is to effectively and zealously represent its client, in this case, the state of Tennessee and its 7 million citizens. Whoever is chosen by the court for this important role will face significant challenges. Challenges such as recruiting, training, and retaining talented lawyers and support staff in the current employment environment, and working towards consensus in a divisive time. In the brief time I have, I'd like to discuss what I believe qualifies me both as a lawyer and as a leader for this important role. As a lawyer, I have broad experience. Among the most important functions the Attorney General's office performs are representing victims in capital litigation, representing the state in criminal appeals, protecting the state's clients and citizens from all manner of fraud, including healthcare fraud, charitable fraud, and fraud on the consumer, supporting law enforcement in certain critical areas, and defending government employees when they're sued for their government service. In my career as a lawyer, I have personal experience as a line attorney in every single one of those diverse areas, including my 4 years as a federal prosecutor pursuing every manner of fraud, and also my significant experience in trying capital murder jury trials. Indeed, my most heartbreaking memory as a lawyer was talking with the mom and dad of a little 4-year-old boy whose killer I prosecuted in a capital case. The boy killed merely because he was a witness to another murder the defendant had committed. Later, as the United States Attorney here in Nashville, I led my team of attorneys as they also litigated in each and every one of those diverse areas. In addition, like the current Tennessee Attorney General, General Slattery, I led on the national level. As the head of the United States Attorney General's Health Care Fraud Working Group, I worked with other United States attorneys to successfully combat Medicare and Medicaid fraud. And my civil division in the U.S. Attorney's Office litigated nationwide cases with settlements for the taxpayers in the hundreds of millions of dollars. In terms of leadership, my experience began in the United States Army, where for 9 years I led units ranging in size from a team of 12 Green Berets to the 145 soldiers in my company in the 101st Airborne Division. My leadership experience culminated last year with a successful tenure as the head of the U.S. Attorney's Office here in the Middle District of Tennessee, where I applied the same leadership principles I learned in the military. Principles like leading from the front and leading by example. That's why on the morning of May 30th, 2018, when I heard that Dickson County Deputy Sergeant Daniel Baker had been murdered, I drove straight to the scene on a rural road in Dickson County to lend my assistance to the investigation. Then I worked to get the approval of the Attorney General of the United States to take the case as a federal prosecution and to seek the death penalty in a case that I personally prosecuted. It's also why I found myself on 2nd Avenue North in the early morning hours of Christmas 2020, walking the horrific scene of a bombing with Metro Nashville Chief Drake as bricks were literally still falling from the buildings above us. Then led a task force of more than 900 agents and support personnel that solved that complex crime in less than 48 hours. I am proud of many things during my time as U.S. Attorney, but what I am proudest of is the team of attorneys that I left in place to carry on my legacy. They're smart, diverse, and hardworking. And those are all important traits that I sought when I hired them. But none of those was the most important thing I looked for. I knew when I interviewed each one of them that in all likelihood, they would outlast me in the office. That's just the nature of that job today. And I could not possibly envision all or even most of the situations that they would face during their time as Assistant United States Attorneys. So what I looked for more than any other trait was sound judgment. And more than anything, that's what I'm proudest of, that I left a legacy of lawyers who will represent responsibly and with high standards the citizens of the Middle District for years to come. In the same way, I believe that this court cannot possibly foresee all the challenges that its Attorney General and reporter will face in the next 8 years. So for that reason, I believe that while my courtroom experience and my hands-on leadership training are valuable assets, they are not the most important thing that I would bring to the critical role the Tennessee Attorney General plays at the intersection of law and policy. The most valuable asset I bring is sound and completely independent judgment that my diverse life experiences give me. And it's for that reason that I believe I would serve you and the citizens of Tennessee well and honorably as their Attorney General and reporter. Thank you.
You may begin when you're ready, Mr. Cochran.
Thank you. Mr. Chief Justice, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, thank you for the opportunity to come before you today in order to introduce myself and tell you why I believe I should be selected Attorney General of the great state of Tennessee. On my submitted application, I stated my various legal credentials and professional experiences. So this morning, instead of restating the information you already know about me, I'd like to briefly share my personal background with you because I think knowing my personal story and journey to Tennessee will give you some insight on what motivated me to apply for this position. I apologize, I'm a little jet lagged. Just got back from London last night at 7 p.m., so I'm still trying to get back on time correctly here. I was born in Saigon, Vietnam during the Vietnam War. My father was drafted in the Air Force right out of high school. And my mother and her family lived in Saigon. My mother was a student on the Air Force base my father was stationed at. They were married not long afterwards. My father would tell me that he didn't think my mother's parents liked him very much because on their wedding day, his gift from them was a live chicken. My mother swore it was for good luck, but my father wasn't convinced. Well, I certainly love both my parents so much here. My mother has always been such an inspiration to me because of the obstacles she has overcome and refused to let defeat her in life. My mother, despite working on Air Force Base and marrying my father, struggled with speaking English and reading English. In fact, my given name is an example of her shortfalls in that, and her struggles with the English language. My father couldn't be president at my birth, and so my mother and father agreed my name was to be Jeremy. So when they brought her the birth certificate in there to fill out here, she spelled as best she could, ended up being Jerome. And as you see, the parent really wanted to go through the efforts of changing that name, so here I am, Jerome here. But as a side note, my oldest son, we named him Jeremy, so they'd have at least one Jeremy in the family, and they appreciate that very much. A month after my birth, my father would send my mother and myself to the United States to live with his family because he thought it was too dangerous to raise a child in Vietnam during the war. My mother, barely knowing any English, still agreed to leave her home and family and move to another country to live with total strangers. I think she also knew that at that time she'd probably never see her family again. But she decided this was best for me. She put my interest above hers. And she's always done that throughout her entire life. I stand in awe of the sacrifices of my mother and the bravery she demonstrates every day to me. She left her home and family to make sure that I would have a better opportunity and a better life. Her sacrifice inspired me to try and make something of my life and to help others have the same opportunities I have been blessed with. Thanks to her sacrifices, a child born in a war zone ended up in Upper East Tennessee and was the first person in his father's family to graduate college. He'll later get a law degree and eventually be the first Asian American elected to the Tennessee House of Representatives. Later, he'll be appointed administrative law judge by the Secretary of State. Without her sacrifice, I could not have accomplished any of this, and I will always remain grateful to her and try to follow her example of helping others. Her example of helping others is one of the reasons I ran for public office in the first place and was forced to be elected state representative. As a member of the Tennessee House of Representatives, I served on the House Judiciary Committee, and I was an advocate for ensuring one's financial status did not determine one's access to the justice system. I consistently voted against requests to allow candidates to increase filing fees for services because I simply believe that shut the courtroom door to the poor. At the same time, I supported efforts to increase the fees given to appointed attorneys. As an attorney who frequently did appointed cases in Upper East Tennessee rural counties, I believe this was important that all people, regardless of their income, have access to first quality attorneys to represent them in all courts. My service in the state also saw me receive the honor of being named the Mothers Against Drunk Drivers Legislator of the Year, which I was greatly honored to have for my work to strengthen our DUI laws. I believe that my service in the legislature will benefit the state if I'm appointed Attorney General. I have a thorough understanding of the budget process and the bill-making process, which I think will be beneficial to the Attorney General's office, as well as have good relationships with the leadership in both the House and Senate, as many of them are former colleagues of mine. As a solo practitioner in Upper East Tennessee for 15 years, I handled a wide variety of cases in state and federal court. I commonly appeared in multiple counties, in multiple courts on a given day. When you're trying to build your own practice, being a solo practitioner, you cannot have the luxury of having associates go to court for you or having a staff cover for you to help you write your briefs or do your research. You have to do that on your own. You're constantly having to hustle to make a living and get yourself established. I did establish a successful legal practice with hustle and hard work, and I'd bring the same work ethic to the Attorney General's Office of Appointed. For the last 7 years, I've served as administrative law judge in the Secretary of State's office, where I've presided over a large variety of administrative cases. I've ruled on cases involving TennCare pharmaceutical appeals, property tax appeals, seizures by law enforcement, and regulatory matters before various state boards and commissions. As I said in my application, I've practiced in most civil and criminal courts, including administrative, juvenile, and bankruptcy courts. I believe that my experience as a litigator, state representative, and administrative law judge makes me uniquely qualified for the position of Attorney General. I would appreciate the opportunity to put my experience to work for the citizens of Tennessee. It is often said there's no higher calling than that of public service, and I believe that to be correct. Whether my service was as a deacon in my church, or as legal counsel to various charitable boards, or as a member of the State House of Representatives, I've done my best to use my time and experience to help my community and my state. Sacrificing and helping others were values I witnessed starting at a young age from watching my mother, and I carry those same values with me today. I believe as Attorney General, I can help the people of Tennessee and would love the opportunity to serve them as their next Attorney General. And let me close with just one last comment about my mother, who came to the United States with her only child and knowing very little English. She would eventually become a United States citizen, worked 20 years at Levi Strauss and another 20 years at Walmart. As you can tell, she worked hard, and her hard work ethic was instilled in me, and I plan to work hard for the great state of Tennessee if selected as Attorney General. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Mr. Donovan, you may approach when you're ready.
Good morning, and may it please the court. It's my honor to appear before this court and offer myself again for service and leadership to our state in this most important role. I'm humbled to participate in this process and be considered among these other respected and well-qualified applicants. And we all owe a debt of gratitude to General Slattery for his distinguished service over the last 8 years as our 27th Attorney General and Reporter. If I'm selected to serve as the 28th Attorney General and Reporter, I commit to you and to the people of Tennessee to be worthy of the office and the special trust that comes with it. I'm proud to say that I was born and raised here in Tennessee, growing up and attending school in Ripley and Lauderdale County. And I've spent my whole life here except for my law school years. I've only had 4 full-time jobs during my adult life, and the last 3 of them have been in service to the people of Tennessee. You see, my heart's service is, in fact, in public service. And as a result of my prior legal and leadership experience in both state and federal government, I believe that I'm uniquely qualified to and ready to assume the awesome responsibilities of the position of Tennessee Attorney General and Reporter. The scope and breadth of my legal experience provides a firm foundation for my service at this next level. I've practiced both civil and criminal law, worked as a defense attorney, a prosecutor, and a judicial officer. Likewise, I have now served in public roles of increasing responsibility in local municipal government, state government, and federal government. During most of my years of private practice and public service, I've had the privilege to work and serve primarily in West Tennessee. However, my more recent public service has allowed me opportunities to engage in consequential work in both state and federal government that has broadened my knowledge, my exposure, and my experience in Middle and East Tennessee as well. I've served as the agency head for 2 prosecutors' offices, the first representing the state in 5 Tennessee counties, the second representing the United States in 22 Tennessee counties. And now I'm directing the legal counsel and support for comptroller investigations in all 95 counties. Throughout it all, I've used my skills and my talents to consistently and effectively pursue justice for the people of Tennessee. Because I have worked within and under the constitutional authority of all 3 co-equal branches of government, I have a keen understanding and respect for the framework of the separation of powers that makes our system of government so strong and enduring. During my public service as District Attorney General, I was proud to serve the people of the 25th Judicial District as an attorney for the state as part of the Judicial Department under the Article 6 of our Tennessee Constitution. Of course, during my service as U.S. Attorney, I faithfully executed the laws of Congress under the power given to the executive branch under Article 2 of the United States Constitution. And now in my current service to the state, I am exercising the authority granted to the Comptroller of the Treasury by the General Assembly under Article 2 of the state Constitution. If I am selected to serve as the Attorney General Reporter, I will not be captive to any one branch of state government, but rather I will be responsive to and represent the best interests of all branches, departments, and citizens in Tennessee in a nonpartisan, objective, and independent manner. My leadership style has always been marked by a passion and a drive and a desire to do what is right, to collaborate with others about what works and then to execute it, and to tirelessly lean in and achieve that noble idea of justice for our citizens. As Attorney General, I will lead with energy and action and be proactive in anticipating emerging issues that demand the filing of immediate affirmative litigation to protect and advance the interests and rights of Tennesseans. As I have demonstrated in my prior service, I will assume a forward-leaning posture and provide hands-on experience and leadership to take smart and calculated risks that will result in positive outcomes for our state. It's not hard to look down the road and see many new and emerging legal issues coming our way. These serious challenges must be met with a firm resolve and a strong commitment to the rule of law, and a confidence that the Office of the Attorney General will be on the right side of those issues and will prevail in contested litigation. As my friend and mentor once said, John Gill, he said, "We must do right, and we must be seen as doing right." I agree with that. Tennessee's growth and success as a sovereign state will need to be matched by the availability and the quality of justice achieved on her behalf by the Attorney General and reporter. I have the political courage and will to initiate legal actions against the United States to protect against federal government encroachment of states' rights reserved to Tennessee by the 10th Amendment, and also to take on regulatory overreach in state government. As U.S. Attorney, I actively worked within the Department of Justice to finally conclude and withdraw the federal oversight of the Shelby County Juvenile Court, which was counterproductive, and return that governance to local leaders. In 2017, when the Board of Professional Responsibility of this court sought to impose a formal ethics opinion that expanded Tennessee prosecutor's duty of disclosure beyond that which is required by federal law, I took action first as district attorney and then later as U.S. attorney, along with my U.S. attorney colleagues and the Deputy Attorney General, Rosenstein, to successfully challenge and vacate that opinion in this court. My record demonstrates sound judgment, discretion, decisiveness, and fortitude to make difficult calls as the agency head in the face of public criticism. During my professional career in public service, I've heard concerns by some that say if the only tool you have in your toolbox is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And I would respond that if the biggest and the most urgent problems that you have to deal with are all nails, actual nails, it's important to have somebody that's willing and able to swing the hammer. As President Harry Truman said, when the matter is up before you, the decision has to be made. No one else can do the deciding for you. Well, the buck has stopped with me on more than one occasion, and I have shown proven leadership by making and standing by hard decisions. As the Attorney General reporter, I will continue to serve without fear or favor, and with an uncompromising dedication to upholding the rule of law by using all available tools and resources. Of course, the Attorney General is not just a leadership position of one person, but is a law office full of dedicated public servants with the collective duty and responsibility to provide full service and principled legal advice, counsel, representation, and advocacy. That means that as agency head, the Attorney General must take care not only to recruit and retain the best and the brightest lawyers, but must also inspire their performance in a way that promotes a responsible use of taxpayer resources and also ensures successful outcomes. In my prior service, I have hired and trained numerous government lawyers, and I'm proud of the good work that we have accomplished together. My priorities as an agency head have always been solution-focused and have embraced proven policies that actually work to provide measurable, positive results. You can see this in my service as district attorney. I established a new child support enforcement division in 2008 that dramatically increased rates of collection in paternity establishment. I created a new DUI prosecution unit that dramatically increased DUI conviction rates and reduced traffic fatalities. I partnered with other agencies from the beginning when I was district attorney and increased child abuse prosecutions and convictions. And I was able to show our staff and the public that increased outputs can really result in better outcomes. As U.S. Attorney, I did the same thing. I refused to accept that the rising violent crime rate in Memphis was inevitable, like the wind or the waves. We increased our productivity and our manpower, and we focused on firearms prosecutions, dramatically increased those by 68%, and over a 2-year period of time, dramatically decreased the violent crime rate by 13.1%. We went from number 3 to number 4 on America's most violent cities list. My friend David Waters has said that vocation is the place where your deep gladness meets the world's great need. This world, and more particularly Tennessee, has great need. And it has been my deep gladness to engage in this vocation, this calling, this passion for public service to protect the peace and the dignity of the state of Tennessee for over 16 years now. This opportunity is not a capstone to my legal career. It is a call to further service which demands my best and demands my all. And I am ready to give that to Tennessee as the Attorney General and Reporter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Donovan. Mr. Schmid.
Thank you for this opportunity to address you. I've sat in your seats when I served on the Governor Haslam's Judicial Selection Council, so I'll do my best to make this substantive and short. You've seen my application. It contains lots of information about me, my experiences, my ideas. You've also received multiple letters sent by my friends and colleagues to tell you why they support my effort to serve as Attorney General. Those letters are humbling to me and deeply appreciated. Among those letters, my application, my personal discussions with you, you should have a pretty good idea who I am at this point. When I advise my clients on a problem they present to me, I often ask them to describe for me the result they seek. I want them to visualize what success means relative to their problem. Using the end result as the starting point, I work back to address how to solve the problem and achieve the goal they seek to accomplish. So let me take this time to describe for you the results I seek if I'm permitted to serve in this 8-year term. As I do with my clients, I want to identify for you the words I hope will surface about me as Attorney General when 8 years from now you're considering another applicant. Those words are leadership, team, strategy, communication, trusted advisor, and principles. So first, leadership. Leadership is earned, not granted. Leadership is best obtained by the leader setting the example for the rest of the team. If the rest of the team sees the leader doing those things the leader asks of the team is more likely to follow and duplicate the level of effort exerted by the leader. Leading by example is the magic sauce to creating a well-functioning team. Second word, team. Most all success in life only occurs with a team effort. No one on his or her own can achieve success without the support of a well-functioning team. Each member of the team is a link in the chain, so each link must be able to pull its weight to avoid the team crumbling. Each member of the team must feel an ownership in the effort to leverage the full potentiality of each team member. The leader must train, encourage, nurture, direct the team to achieve the broad objectives. This concept is vital to the success of any institution, including the Office of the Attorney General. Next word, strategy. The leader of any institution primarily must set a strategic plan for the organization. Without a strategic plan, the team is rudderless and drifts aimlessly, fighting whatever battle happens to show up on a day. There must be a clear plan towards a defined goal with precise execution of the plan to achieve the maximum results of a talented team. Next word, communication. I've developed a substantial law practice largely built on one major concept, communication. It's the job of a lawyer to communicate fully and often with the client so that at no time is the client not aware of the issues facing the client and the options for solutions to the client's problems. Communication must be consistent and occur not only when a crisis exists, but more importantly, when there is no crisis. Consistent communication with the client allows the lawyer and the client to more ably handle the crisis. The Attorney General's office has a broad list of clients: the legislature, the executive, the judicial branch, and above all, the people of the state of Tennessee. As demonstrated in my private practice, I fully intend to continue the process of communication with the clients of the Attorney General's office. Next words, trusted advisor. Hand in hand with communication with clients is the capacity of a lawyer to serve as the trusted advisor to a client. A trusted advisor is a status earned by a history of open communication and valued advice offered to the clients. It is a relationship which grows beyond the single issue as to whether a lawyer resolves a problem for a client. It is a status where the client reflexively reaches out to the lawyer to discuss issues before they become problems. So together, the lawyer and the client can evaluate the positions to develop a specific plan of action. In my experience, clients reach out to me not only for legal advice, but also for a general perspective on how to address whatever issue may confront them, both personal and professional. The status of trusted advisor is one of almost blind faith by the client that the advisor will always act in the best interest of the client and offer objective and sometimes difficult counsel which the client at times is unable to find anywhere else. It is a position I'm fortunate to hold with many of my clients in private practice, and I would work as Attorney General to achieve that status with my public clients. Lastly, principles. A successful life can only result when it's built on a foundation of principles. As I evaluated whether to seek the position of Attorney General, I asked myself, what is my legal philosophy upon which I would rely in this office of public responsibility? Many years ago in my readings, I came across the legal philosophy espoused by Justice Lewis Powell, one of my legal heroes, with whose law firm I first began practice in 1984. Justice Powell had a concise expression of his legal philosophy, which went like this. Number one, I believe in the doctrine of separation of powers. The branches of government must ever be mindful not to encroach upon the areas of responsibility of the other branches. Number two, I believe in the federal system and that both state and federal governments must respect and preserve it according to the Constitution. And number three, as a lawyer, I have deep respect for precedent. I know the importance of continuity and reasonable predictability of the law. If I may borrow from Justice Powell, I would offer these principles as the embodiment of conservative jurisprudence, and I adopt them. When you reflect on my years serving as Attorney General, I hope these words I have mentioned will come to mind. I look forward to your questions and our further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Scarmetti?
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Good morning, Your Honors. I'm Jonathan Scarmetti, and it is a privilege to stand here for consideration as Tennessee's next Attorney General and reporter. The Attorney General's office is a special place. The constitutional structure allows our Attorney General to focus exclusively on providing quality representation. This allows the Attorney General to serve as a steadying force both within Tennessee and as part of the broader national Attorney General community. The Attorney General's placement in the judicial branch emphasizes that the Attorney General's fidelity is to the rule of law and not to any particular individual. And this independence makes the Attorney General a trusted advisor for both clients through all three branches and for colleagues. 4 years ago, I was recruited to serve as the Chief Deputy Attorney General. I saw from the inside the integrity that comes from our unique structure and the quality that the staff at the office is committed to. I saw how much respect Tennessee commands on the national stage because everyone knows that our Attorney General is driven by law, not by politics. I know what makes this office special, and it would be an honor to lead it into the next decade. When I was hired to serve as the Chief Deputy Attorney General, my mandate was to manage the law practice, and I did. I managed 160 attorneys across the office's 15 litigating divisions. I worked on hiring and firing, promoting and transferring, recruiting and retaining attorneys. I helped identify talent both within the office and outside the office to ensure that we had a pipeline of quality managers and experienced litigators to serve the state's needs. When I started, office leadership included senior attorneys with decades of institutional memory. They helped me navigate the steep learning curve as I stepped into my role. I was supervising managers many years my senior, including the recently departed Larry Lewis, who was the deputy for the tax division and who started with the Attorney General's office before I started preschool. I was able to earn their trust through a combination of empathy, encouragement, and an explicit commitment followed through to help them do their jobs better. I had my managerial trial by fire, and I made it through. I want to use that hard-earned institutional knowledge to continue improving the office and to benefit Tennessee. In addition to relevant management experience, I also have relevant legal experience. As we know, the Attorney General's office represents the state in an extraordinarily broad range of cases, both civil and criminal. In my career, I've practiced civil law and criminal law at the highest levels. On the civil side, I was a core negotiator in the opioids distributors case. That resulted in a $26 billion settlement and has been recognized by the national media as the most complicated case in American history. I was also part of the small group that initiated the current multi-state effort to hold big tech companies accountable for antitrust and consumer protection violations. I have advised and represented clients in all three branches of Tennessee government and in the private sector. In private practice, I had extensive experience in commercial litigation, government investigations, and products liability. And as counsel to the governor, I've stood by the governor's side and worked to ensure that legal complications do not interfere with the good operations of state government. On the criminal side, the federal government trusted me to prosecute important cases, including child sex trafficking, a death-eligible civil rights murder case, and even a conspiracy to assassinate the president. I've been tested by some of the toughest legal challenges, and I've come through stronger for it. And I want to use those experiences and that perspective to improve the office and better serve Tennessee. Through my work for the state, I've developed relationships both throughout state government and with national leaders and other attorneys general offices. As the Chief Deputy Attorney General and then as counselor to the governor, I've worked closely with the governor, his senior staff, the constitutional officers, the cabinet commissioners, and their general counsels. I know what the clients need, and I know how the clients think. While Chief Deputy, I also worked more than I expected with the legislature. They valued a litigator's perspective as they crafted bills, and they appreciated the input. And working in harmony with the Office of Legal Services, we were able to identify constitutional hazards and work to propose solutions. And to my surprise, those relationships continued even after I joined the governor's staff. Although I was part of a different branch, I still get calls for legal advice from legislators, and I still have legislators dropping by my office looking for help on bills. I also have strong relationships with the broader Attorney General community. By working in the leadership on the opioids and big tech cases, I know office leaders from every state and the territories. And those relationships remain relevant because Tennessee continues to serve as a lead state in the opioids and the big tech matters. And similarly, my job as counsel requires me to stay on top of the major pieces of litigation facing the state. And I know the leadership in the Attorney General's office. I know the senior staff, I know the senior deputies, I know the deputies, I know the team leaders, and I know the top litigators. My background would allow a seamless transition with no time lost to a steep learning curve. I want to keep Tennessee special. I want to ensure that Tennessee continues to litigate with judgment and integrity, picking cases based on principle and deploying outstanding lawyers to make the best case possible. I want to ensure that in national litigation, Tennessee remains an honest broker that can bring everyone together. I want to use my hard-earned experience to lead well. I've been tested repeatedly both as a manager and as a litigator, and I'm better for it. And I want to lean on my relationships in state government and across the country to better serve both the Tennessee Attorney General's office and ultimately the people of Tennessee. The breadth of my career has given me the experience, perspective, and judgment to follow General Slattery and continue building on his solid foundation. It would be the honor of a lifetime to serve as Tennessee's Attorney General and reporter. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Skrmetti. Mr. Young?
Good morning. May it please the court, I'm Bill Young with the Nashville Bar. To quote one of my favorite baseball players, Yogi Berra, it's deja vu all over again. I appeared before this court 8 years ago applying for this same position. Some things have not changed in those 8 years. You have an outstanding field of candidates for this position. They are all excellent attorneys. Indeed, they are all friends of mine. I've worked with each and every one of them. Some things have changed, though. I think whoever inherits this position from General Slattery will have a more difficult time than General Slattery has had. And the reason for that is because over the last 8 years, our politics have become more divisive, not just between our two political parties, but even within those political parties. It'll be difficult for the next Attorney General to navigate those troubled waters, but like several of my colleagues have said, I will follow the rule of law in making those decisions as Attorney General. I will be guided by that principle. It is hard for me to stand before you and talk about my qualifications for the job as Attorney General. I know each and every one of you. I have worked with you. You know my work. You know people who have worked with me. Indeed, a number of those folks have given you letters of recommendation on my behalf. However, I would like to take a few minutes of my time to talk why I think I am uniquely qualified for this position as Attorney General. First and foremost is my experience in the Attorney General's office. I've spent over a third of my 30-plus years in legal practice working in the Tennessee Attorney General's office. I started working in the Attorney General's office when I was a law student at Vanderbilt University. I interned there, helping to work on criminal appellate briefs with the criminal division. Indeed, a couple of weeks ago, I spent some time with two of my law school colleagues who also worked with me at the Attorney General's office, and we were reminiscing about that time at the Attorney General's office. After a few years, I returned to the Attorney General's office to take a position in the tax division in that office. I was ultimately started out as an assistant attorney general, ultimately became senior counsel, spent 9 years in the tax division. I litigated cases throughout the state of Tennessee, in trial courts throughout the state. I did several appellate arguments, many arguments before the Tennessee Supreme Court. At that time, the tax cases went directly to the Tennessee Supreme Court. But I also had experience litigating in the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals and in the federal bankruptcy courts. I had clerked for a federal bankruptcy judge, Chief Judge George Payne, and because of that experience, I got handed all of the bankruptcy cases that the Attorney General's office had. And ultimately, as part of my senior counsel project, we put together the Bankruptcy Collection Division. That division still exists in the Attorney General's office. It grew from me doing it part-time to an entire separate division in the Attorney General's office. During that same time, my wife, Jane, also worked with the Attorney General's office. And she had a little different role. She was representing correctional officials and then educational officials and educational institutions when they were sued. Her role was very different. We would share notes when we would go home after a long, hard day's work. And I will tell you, she has much better war stories than I do working in the tax division. I then left the Attorney General's office to pursue other opportunities, but I returned later in a leadership role. First as Solicitor General with Attorney General Bob Cooper, and then as Associate Attorney General with General Herbert Slattery. In that role, I helped set the policy of the office, helped make sure we had talented attorneys who were working in our office, As Solicitor General, I worked on innumerable opinions that the office issued. But most importantly for me, I made sure that I kept my hand in the courtroom. I sought out cases to argue before the courts. I think Justice Kirby will remember I argued the Scholastic case. That was an important case for our office. It was one of a series of cases that set the principle that the state of Tennessee could collect sales tax from out-of-state sellers, that there was no constitutional impairment to the collection of such taxes. Ultimately, the United States Supreme Court overruled that precedent that had a constitutional barrier to such collection, and it's been very valuable to the state of Tennessee in the tax collection area. The reason we have such a budget surplus today, I believe, is because of our collection of taxes from online sales. This knowledge that I gained of this office over a third of my career, the relationships that I made in that office will be invaluable to me if you were to select me to serve as Attorney General. I can relate to the attorneys in that office because I have been where they are. I have done the work that they have done. I have shared their experiences, both myself and my wife. But it's not just that experience that's important to consider. Second, I have experience in other areas of state government. Indeed, I have been fortunate to serve in all three branches of the state government. In addition to the Attorney General's office on the judicial side, as this court knows, I served as Director of the Administrative Office of Courts. And I was selected by Governor Haslam, and honored to be selected by Governor Haslam, to serve as Davidson County Chancellor for 2 years here in Nashville. This gave me knowledge of the intricacies of our court system and allowed me to meet several trial judges throughout the state, several appellate judges throughout the state, and develop those relationships. I also served time in the executive branch. I was appointed by Governor Sundquist to be Deputy Commissioner of the TennCare Division over at the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance. That division was responsible for oversight of the managed care organizations that have contracted with the state of Tennessee to administer the state's TennCare program. That was a new program at the time. Indeed, when Governor Sundquist appointed me Deputy Commissioner of the TennCare Division, there was no TennCare Division within the Department of Commerce and Insurance. We created it from scratch. I was responsible for hiring all of those employees, most of them auditors, who worked in that division, working cooperatively with then Finance Commissioner Bob Corker, Commissioner of Commerce and Insurance Doug Sizemore, TennCare Bureau, Tennessee Department of Health, and Governor Sundquist's office. We put that division together. We held those managed care organizations accountable for following their contracts. In that role, I set the bid budget for that division. I was also testified innumerable times before the General Assembly about the results of our audit and got to make special relationships with members of the General Assembly who were involved in that area. Finally, as part of the legislative branch, I'm currently in that part of government as the Executive Director of the Bureau of Ethics and Campaign Finance. I've served in that position now for 3 years. I've continued to develop good relationships with the members of the General Assembly, with our local officials who also work with that agency, and learned a lot about campaign finance law, our ethics laws, our lobbyist registration laws. In short, this extensive experience in state government has allowed me to understand how our state and local governments work, to develop relationships over a 30-year plus career that continue to this day that will be invaluable to me if I'm selected to serve as Attorney General. But third, I also want to emphasize my experience in private practice just briefly. I was a general counsel over at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, but I also was more than that. I was part of the senior leadership team that set the policy of the largest insurer in our state, supervised over 250 employees in that role. I was also ultimately a lobbyist in government relations for the hospital associations. In sum, my experience of 30-plus years makes me uniquely qualified for this role as State of Tennessee Attorney General. I look forward to making a positive difference in that role. I appreciate your consideration of my application. I look forward to answering your questions in the public interview process. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Young. We're now at the portion of our process where we hear from members of the public. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak at this time? Yes, ma'am. Will you come forward, please? Ma'am, would you tell me your name, please?
Melanie Hicks.
And the candidate or applicant?
Mr. Skermetti.
Okay. You may proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Melanie Hicks. I live in Williamson County, and I'm a citizen of Tennessee and mother of 2 sons. I'm grateful the Tennessee Supreme Court is allowing me the opportunity to make a public statement during the Tennessee Attorney General hearing. On November 26, 2021, I wrote a 6-page letter to Governor Bill Lee to request an investigation into the alleged murder of 18-year-old Grant Solomon. On December 2nd, 2022, my letter was also provided to the Tennessee Attorney General and the Tennessee Supreme Court. On February 3rd of 2022, Williamson homepage reporter Alex Willis asked Governor Bill Lee during a press conference if he had read the 6-page letter which I had sent to Governor Lee 2 months earlier. Governor Lee responded that he may have received the letter, but that the letter would be processed by the Department of Safety or Legal Services. To date, 9 months later, no one has responded to my letter about the alleged murder of Grant Solomon. Prior to a new Tennessee Attorney General being named, I would like to know if Governor Bill Lee's legal counsel, Jonathan Skermetti, has reviewed my 6-page letter to Governor Lee. I would also like to know if the next Tennessee Attorney General will facilitate an open investigation into the alleged murder of 18-year-old Grant Solomon. And would you be more transparent as to your progress on any potential investigations regarding Grant's alleged murder with the relevant parties? That is my ask and my challenge today for the named Attorney General. I feel as a mother, it's the right thing to do. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks.
I'll leave these copies of this letter for y'all.
Okay. We appreciate that. Mr. Skermetti, you have 3 minutes to respond if you'd like to, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do remember getting that letter and reviewing it. My understanding was that letter had been hand-delivered to a relative of the governor's, and I provided some talking points for responding. I did reach out to the District Attorney General's conference about that letter. It raised some troubling allegations, and it turned out that this is a case that had come to the attention of the director of the DA's conference, as well as to a very experienced district attorney. They had both been to the crime scene, as I understand it. They had investigated the case. They did not see predication for moving forward. And the information I provided to be given to the person who handed off the letter, I did note that there was also the possibility of a federal investigation based on some potential fraud allegations incorporated into the complaint, which is another potential avenue. As you know, the governor's office is not responsible for initiating investigations or for initiating prosecutions. And so I was not in a position to order it, but I did communicate the significance of the allegations raised to the head of the conference and ensured that they had been taken seriously and that that case had received the attention it should. I know there was a lot of community concern about that case. It is a tragic case, and I think it is right that it has received significant attention from both investigators and prosecutors. I also understand that in some circumstances, there simply is not the evidence to proceed with the case, and we may never know exactly what happened. But I am confident, based on my conversation with the director of the DA's conference, who got personally involved in this and expended significant amount of his own time in a way that he does not for virtually any other case in this state, that this is a case that received substantial attention, and that to the extent that prosecutorial resources could be deployed, they were deployed, and that this case received a thorough investigation. I do apologize for not responding to the letter. As I said, my understanding was this was a hand-delivered letter and that there would be an oral response, but I want to reassure everybody that this is a case that was taken seriously by Tennessee's law enforcement community. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Scarmetti. Okay, we're going to take a short break.
All rise.
Back, we'll start with the next phase of the interviews.
All rise.
You may be seated. Good morning again. We have taken something from the Governor's Council for Judicial Appointments, and each one of us will be leading off the questioning, just like they do it there. So some of you are very familiar with that. So I'm going to start with Mr. Donald Cochran this morning, and we're going to go in order. So toward the end, if one or two of the justices don't have any questions, that just means that we've thoroughly covered it already. So Mr. Cochran, come on up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let me start. I mean, I know you made a very good introductory statement, but I want to know why you want this job and why you will be better at it than other applicants.
Your Honor, I have to admit, when I first even took the job as United States Attorney, I did not have a full understanding of what the Tennessee Attorney General and reporter does. One of the first things I did was reach out to General Slattery and ask, because we partner with them on a number of our important cases, particularly in the healthcare fraud arena, always partnering with them, and in any case that involves Medicare and TennCare, and asked if I could come over and meet his staff and get briefed on his operations. And of course, being General Slattery, he laid out the red carpet and just did a great job. And it was at that point that I really realized what an incredibly diverse portfolio of business, if you will, the Attorney General has in this state. It's remarkable the amount of subject areas he covered. Of course, I was able to meet all of his senior staff, and the caliber of the people that I met were so impressive. And the things they were doing for the citizens of Tennessee were so impressive to me that just always stayed in my mind. And when some 3.5 years or so later, I was informed that the job I was currently in was no longer going to be available to me, and that it was time to vacate my office. General Slattery would tell you, I called him and I asked him when we were talking, and he said, what are your next steps? And I said, well, how do you like the job you're doing? And so we talked for a while, and he told me what an important job it was and how much he felt it was challenging and fulfilling for him to fulfill that role. And so this has been something that's been on my radar, well, really since I visited the office, but certainly since the job as U.S. Attorney wound down, if you will. And I just think it's an incredibly important office for the citizens. It does so much to support the people in this state, and I would consider it the highest honor to be able to continue my public service in that role. I was blessed and proud to be the United States Attorney. This is a very different job than that. I know that, but I think it's equally important to the citizens. Insofar as why I feel I'm particularly qualified for the job, as I said in my introductory remarks, I think what an office that size needs, that has the role that it has in state government, where it does operate at the intersection of policy and law, but more emphasis on law than policy in terms of the Attorney General. The other two branches, more emphasis probably on policy than law, but you need a good lawyer. And then also in a law office that size, because that's what it is a big law firm, you need a good leader. And so I feel like the things that I've done in my career qualify me in those two ways. The lawyer piece I've already talked about. I literally have done the vast majority of things that happen in that office I've personally done as a line prosecutor, whether it's the capital cases I tried, defending for a while when I was in the U.S. Attorney's Office as an assistant U.S. Attorney. I defended government employees in lawsuits. I did tons of healthcare prosecution. And then I supervised all of that as the United States Attorney. So that's the lawyer piece, if you will, Your Honor. And then the leadership piece is just, I feel blessed to have sort of been thrust into what I consider the greatest leadership laboratory, frankly, in the world right now, and that's the United States military. My son is a young lieutenant up at Fort Campbell right now, and I'm sort of reliving my experience as a platoon leader, many, many years later, no doubt, but he is learning, and he'll come home and talk to me about the problems of leading a group of soldiers. And it's just, you learn to lead, and you learn people, and you learn that an organization is all about people. And I think that I would bring those talents to this job, Your Honor, and I have a background and skills that's unique.
Well, you do have a unique background. You've been in the military. You've been a law professor for almost 20 years, I think, and also in law practice, but you've never worked for state government in Tennessee. Do you consider that a handicap? And if so, how will you overcome that?
A fair question, Your Honor. I think part of what I would say is the breadth of that job is so wide that it would be hard for any one person. Nobody is going to walk in that job and know everything about everything. I have an experience over the years of coming into jobs that I didn't know the substantive material. When I was in the Army, one of my very first job when I got to Fort Campbell, I was an infantry officer, was to be put in charge of the logistics for a 650 soldier battalion. I had no training in logistics. I knew nothing about transportation and ammunition and food and all that, and yet I surrounded myself with talented people. I learned, I listened, and I was very successful in that role. When I got to the U.S. Attorney's Office, certainly I had been a federal prosecutor, but I had never been in that office before. I didn't know those people. It had been some time, and I suspect a lot of people thought that would be a challenging job for me, and yet I think if you look at my record there, I excelled in that job. So my way of dealing with that, Your Honor, is to surround myself with talented people. I love smart people. I love a team. I love teamwork. I think I'm a really good listener. But when it comes time to make a decision, you ask anybody in the U.S. Attorney's Office, I will make a decision and use my judgment to do that. I don't surround myself with yes people. Sometimes I wish I did in the U.S. Attorney's Office. Some of my deputy chiefs seem to pride themselves on being contrary to me. But I love that, and I like the give and take, and I think that reaches the correct solution for the people of the state. And I think I could do that, Your Honor.
Well, how would you seek and obtain the trust of key members of each branch of government?
Well, again, because of the wisdom, in my mind, of the drafters of the Tennessee Constitution, the Tennessee Attorney General Reporter has this unique role, and I think it's brilliant because, unique among the states, the AG in this state is not springboarding to somewhere else. They're not walking in on day one looking to raise money to run for re-election in a short time. They have an 8-year term, so they have the ability to really do the business of the citizens of Tennessee. And part of that is operating in this unique position where they are part of a different branch of government than either of the other two. They have a relationship, of course, with the executive because they represent the officers, the agencies, the departments when they're sued. The executive branch also could, well, and probably does come to the Attorney General for legal advice. There's also a relationship with the General Assembly that involves, the way I would see is being involved at the front end when they're looking at drafting legislation. Because if we were ever get the legislation that I would feel, I know in the statute it says the Attorney General can send a letter saying that they don't believe a piece of legislation is constitutional and they won't defend it, but I would feel like I was a total failure if we ever got to that point, because I would want to be involved at the front end and talk about the statutes before they're written and make sure there was consultation, and then work with them. Of course, our role is to defend those statutes against attack. These are the...
It's in this state. Do you...
You always remain responsible. You could delegate the, but...
General...
...in terms. So, I even when I took the U.S. Attorney job, I told my office on the first day, this is not a stepping stone. I will leave this office the day they make me go out the door. And on the Sunday evening, February 28th of 2021, I was the only one in the office hauling my stuff out. But it was the last day, and I lived up to that promise.
You and Mr. Donovan could turn out the lights together.
Well, we're in different cities, but I think the same thing, Your Honor.
And
I appreciate that. I made a note when Dean Gonzalez was speaking. He said you would be non-political in this job, and then in your statement you said you would exercise sound and independent judgment.
Yes, Your Honor.
What role does political partisanship have in the Attorney General, in the position of Attorney General, in your view?
Well, part of the problem, Your Honor, with answering that question is it's become such a partisan world now, and it's become such a politically, and that was part of my initial consensus in a divisive society and world. I would try to the maximum extent to exercise that sound judgment and to only use the resources of the Attorney General's office and the resources of my time, my energy, to devote myself to causes that will matter to the citizens of Tennessee. I think decisions to bring lawsuits, decisions to join lawsuits, decisions to file amicus briefs, every one of them can be criticized on one side or the other. And I've come to realize about this job, and some jobs you can't please everybody. Some jobs you get a sense maybe you're going in, you can't please anybody. I'm afraid there'll be times when it'll be a little bit like that. And so, and yet all I can say, Your Honor, is I promise that I will use my very best judgment and not become involved in issues, whether it's by way of a brief we join, file, or amicus, that we do what's best for the citizens of Tennessee.
Thank you. I'll defer to Justice Bivens if he has any questions.
Right. Mr. Cochran, one of the things I thought was interesting in your background was your participation as trial counsel in the last of the church bombing cases in Alabama. How did that shape your career, and what type of a lasting impact has that had on you?
Well, I mean, that was a fabulous case to, people would say to me, because I was trying that case as an assistant U.S. attorney, but it was a complex procedural setup where we actually, statute of limitations had run on any federal crime, so we actually were going back into state court under state murder charges. So technically I was a special assistant attorney general for the state of Alabama, appointed by and working for Attorney General Bill Pryor. And so there was this interesting relationship that we had. But to try that case is actually ended up being the last jury trial I ever tried. And as I was getting ready to try it and trying it, people would say, "What a great case to go out on." And I would say, "Well, yeah, if you win it. But what a terrible case to go on if you lose it." And it was a really tough, I mean, that's a really hard legal case. There was nothing remotely resembling a slam dunk about that case. In fact, it was almost unwinnable. And yet, being part of a team, my co-counsel was the eventual senator in the state of Alabama, Doug Jones. Doug was the one that hired me as an assistant U.S. attorney, but he was no longer the U.S. attorney. Bill actually brought him back to be a special assistant. He was in private practice. So it was interesting because Doug and I were a little more peers in that prosecution as opposed to boss and subordinate. But it was exactly what I described, which is that great interplay between two good lawyers, smart, talking about disagreeing on some trial tactics, arguing things. But at the end of the day, it was a great case to try. It was fascinating, a lot of fascinating evidence issues that I argued. And General Pryor eventually argued the case before the appellate court personally on those evidence issues. But what an amazing opportunity to right, I would say probably the greatest historic wrong perhaps in the history of this country. The loss of 4 little girls in the 16th Street Baptist Church was the greatest loss of life in any single event in the civil rights struggle. And it was 4 little girls in church, so it was incredibly innocent victims, a historic case that everyone reads about in their school books. And to be there and to be involved in bringing justice in that case was, at times, frankly, a little overwhelming. We'll come into court and there'd be satellite trucks all the way up and down and New York Times reporters, and you just had to put blinders on and focus on the jury because that's all that mattered. But it was clearly the highlight of my legal career. I tried to get on some jury trials in the U.S. Attorney's Office and none of them, so I still haven't had a jury trial since then, Your Honor, but they all pled guilty.
As the leader in the Attorney General's office, as the Attorney General, obviously there are some requirements if we're dealing with employees. And that involves a lot of HR issues that are there. Tell us about your experience from an HR perspective in hiring front, firing front, and how you would go about doing that in this office.
Well, of course, I have the experience of doing that in the U.S. Attorney's Office, where in the federal system, it's harder. Well, let me just say.
That's what I was getting ready to follow up with. Okay, yeah. It seems to me that's a little different, but.
Now, that's not to say I would have any indication of going in and changing anything. The Attorney General's office, from everything I hear, is a well-functioning office, and I would want to go in and be briefed and understand the operation. I'm not going in to clean house, but the U.S. Attorney's office, I came in not having ever been in that office, and so my approach was not to make changes. Because I think people, and I've been in units in the military when you'd get a new commander who would just start making changes on day one, and even if people knew they were warranted, they resented it. And so I spent a period of time talking to the leadership, I literally went with a notepad, like I think it was this notepad right here, to people, knocked on the door and said, you got a few minutes to talk about the office, and I would go in and shut the door and say, what are we doing well, what can we work on? And there was 42 lawyers in that office, so it was a little bit less than if I had to go door to door in this office. But nonetheless, I talked to every lawyer, and we got the support staff together in groups, and I talked to the support staff, and that's how I made my assessment. And based on that, there needed to be some changes in the leadership of the office, and I made those changes. And if I found the same thing here, I would do it. I don't think that's what I'll come into, but it's much harder in the federal government because there's protections that prevent personnel actions. You can change your leadership, but you can't fire people, basically.
All right. Thanks, sir. I'll pass it down to Justice Kirby.
Really appreciate your application for one of the obligations of the Attorney General is sworn to, he is the lawyer for all three branches of government, including the judicial branch. His ultimate oath is to the Constitution. So, I'd like you to speak to your framework for looking at whether an action by the legislative branch, by the executive branch, surely not the judicial branch, but it could happen, is contrary to the Constitution to the point that you would not be able to defend it.
All right.
And in particular, we would all like to have relationships where everybody comes to us, comes to the lawyer beforehand and asks permission to do something. That doesn't always happen. Often you are presented with actions after the fact, either a statute that has already been passed or an action by the executive branch or even an action by the judicial branch. I'd like you to speak to your framework for determining that and how you would expect to handle that.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, as I said before, my first approach and my strong preference would be to try to be in on the front end. In other words, to have the kind of discussions that you mentioned, with whether it's with the legislature and statutes or the executive branch and some of their actions, or potentially the judiciary. But I think I will feel like I have failed if I get to the point where I have to find an act so unconstitutional that I can't defend it, and I didn't have those conversations ahead of time. So I would hope I could. I understand that your scenario is that didn't work.
Every lawyer wants their client to come to them beforehand. But.
So that's a circumstance that certainly could come up, and I understand that. I think that this is where the advantage, you asked about a system, this is where the advantage of the team that I would make every effort in terms of recruiting, hiring, retaining, that team of very smart, talented lawyers who will tell me what I don't want to hear, if it's warranted, surround myself with that team, and then if we had an action that we thought was possibly on that borderline, we would look at it together, and we would discuss it, and we would try to decide, can we defend it? Can we, in good faith, defend this? I think that's the question you have to ask. I never made an argument to a judge. I learned this early on. I never made an argument to a judge that I couldn't make in good faith, because as a lawyer, you lose credibility. But I made a lot of tough arguments. I was reading a Georgia Bar Journal the other day with an interview with the Chief Justice of the Georgia Supreme Court, David Nomius, who was I know from the former U.S. Attorney's community because he was a U.S. Attorney in Atlanta. And he was talking about clerking for Justice Scalia. And Justice Scalia, according to Chief Justice Nomius, would say, if you're not reaching results that you don't agree with, at least some of the time, that's probably a hint that you're not actually following the law. And so I think that's, from an advocacy perspective, if you're not making arguments you don't personally agree with part of the time, you're probably not doing the job as a lawyer. And that's certainly something we teach law students from day one. You have to be able to make arguments, even if you don't agree with it yourself, but if you can make it in a good faith, then you have to make that argument. So that's the decision that I would have to reach with that team of smart and talented lawyers that I would get together to look at it. Is this a statute that perhaps we don't like, as Justice Scalia says, but we can make the argument in good faith? Or is it a statute that in fact violates the U.S. Constitution, the Tennessee Constitution, or some provision where we simply cannot make the argument? And that's a tough call, but I would certainly not do it by myself.
How do you do that and maintain a relationship of trust and respect and deference to the legislative branch, to the executive branch?
Well, the first thing I would say is, why didn't you come talk to me ahead of time? Because I feel like we could avoid that situation, hopefully, probably, if we had the conversation ahead of time. So that would be part of the initial conversation was, please come talk to me ahead of time. Let's don't put ourselves in this circumstance, because then it looks like the state of Tennessee is, speaking of two minds, which is not ever a good thing for the citizens. We should be able, between the three branches, to come to a consensus. And then, other than that, I just understand sometimes, in the same way I think with the Chief Justice's question about responsibility and the buck stopping with me because my name would be on the door, I would have to say this is the decision, and we have to abide by this. And I'm not looking to create any dissension or cause any hard feelings, but sometimes you just have to call the balls and strikes that you see them, if you will.
Thank you. Justice Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran, for your application and for spending this time with us this morning. I want to begin by talking about another tough call that the next Attorney General will be required to make, or in fact a series of tough calls, I think, and that's when the next Attorney General will need to decide when, whether and when to institute affirmative litigation to protect the state's interests. Often that takes the form of affirmative litigation against the federal government. I'm not asking you to nail down exactly what criteria you will consider, because I know that often those decisions will be a very case-by-case sort of determination. But can you just speak in broad strokes about what things you would consider in making that decision?
Sure. So I mentioned in my opening remarks my role as the chair of the U.S. Attorney General's Healthcare Fraud Working Group. And one of the things I'm proudest of in that role was that we were integral in rewriting the Department of Justice's rules pertaining to so-called guidance documents that come out of the federal agencies. As somebody who spent time in the federal government, I'm well aware of the agencies. I was in one, the Department of Justice. And I'm well aware they have an important role to play. It's certainly not a role that our founders would have ever seen 200 plus years ago, that we would have these massive agencies unelected by anybody that have such power, but they do in the modern administrative state, they just do. But guidance documents have been used by some administrations as if they are law. as if when an agency comes out with guidance, which of course has not only not been passed by Congress, the elected representatives of the people federally, but hasn't even gone through notice and comment rule making, and what sub-regulatory guidance is the buzzword for it. So it's not a regulation, certainly not a law, and yet a guidance document comes out that says you must do this. We wrote rules in the Department of Justice that made clear that there was an appropriate use for those kind of documents, and that is to provide guidance. That, for instance, in some of the opioid cases we were prosecuting and still are, whether they're civil cases or criminal, we had to prove that a doctor or a medical professional prescribed opioids in a manner that wasn't consistent with medical practice. And CDC guidelines on proper dosing of opioids for pain prevention are obviously good guidance on that, and we wanted to be able to use those. In the elder fraud and elder abuse cases that we were prosecuting, guidelines from Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services and some of the other agencies were helpful in establishing a standard of care when we were charging people with abusing elders and totally substandard cares in some of the cases we had. So there was a legitimate use for guidance documents, and we felt that an earlier DOJ memo that had come out that basically prohibited use almost across the board was way too broad. But on the other hand, we wanted to make 100% clear that they can't be given the force of law. These are bureaucrats who decided on guidance, and they're not elected by anybody, frankly. And so I think that's some of what we're seeing today. And when there is a collision between a state law passed by a state legislature, elected by the people of the state, and a guidance document, it's not a federal statute, but a document that comes out of an agency that means we can't enforce our state law, then I think that's the kind of legitimate thing that the state has to push back. That's a 10th Amendment issue. We have powers that are delegated to us that, under the Supremacy Clause, Congress could take away, but not an administrative agency.
Nearly all of your legal experience is as a prosecutor, either a state prosecutor or a federal prosecutor. As I'm sure you know, the Attorney General's office has very limited prosecutorial authority. Do you think that that office should have greater prosecutorial authority?
Well, that's something that I would certainly explore when I got there. But I also understand in Tennessee, it's just that there's a unique way of doing things here, and I know that the District Attorneys General Conference has a view on that, and that's an organization that I've gotten along well with. That's the organization, of course, we came alongside when I was last year before this court arguing on the BPR case. We sided with them, and I have great working relationships with the District Attorneys General. And I think there's a balance there, and I don't want to. Tennessee has traditionally let the elected District Attorneys General have much more of the original criminal jurisdiction, whereas, of course, the Attorney General has the incredibly important job of supporting all those cases on appeal and incredibly important capital habeas cases. I think that's something that I would be open to if the legislature was to decide they wanted to rework that balance.
The Attorney General is charged with reviewing the legality and constitutionality of administrative rules promulgated by executive branch agencies. How robust a process do you think that should be?
Well, in the same way I just spoke about the federal agencies, I think that any organization that doesn't answer directly to the electorate, I think there has to be some oversight. And so I think it should be robust in the sense to make sure that there's not anything in there that's contrary to what the elected representatives would want. And I think, we all sort of are ruled by agencies in our life now, it seems like, when you almost do anything in the modern world. So I think it's really important, again, for the citizens of Tennessee to make sure that we are looking out for their good. And part of that means they're not being mistreated by administrative agencies, or the regulations don't create so much red tape that you can't live your life. And so I would think it'd be robust in that sense.
And then last question. Often even the best leaders sometimes have failures. Can you talk a little bit about a failure that you've had and what you learned from that?
Oh my, there's a long list. It'd be better to have my office talk about this, because they could give you a chapter and verse. But here's one I will say. This is a story that's just stuck with me my whole life, and it's in the criminal context, but it applies across the board. When I was a young prosecutor in the DA's office, it was a Friday afternoon, and a detective came into my office and said, Don, I'm hearing word on the street that this defendant that we've charged with capital murder didn't do it, that we got the wrong guy. And it was my case, it had already been through a preliminary hearing and been bound over to the grand jury. And so I just said, well, let's go. And so we spent the next about 12 hours, starting at, I think, 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, and got with Birmingham patrol officers, went all through the worst parts of the city of Birmingham at night, and would go to one witness and find a witness and talk to them, and he would point us to somebody else, and there was probably a half dozen that we did that way. And finally, at about 4 o'clock in the morning, someone else confessed to that crime. So, of course, I felt terrible. I had to have charged an innocent person with a crime, but it was an eyewitness case. It was tough. But I remember calling up the judge at 4:30 in the morning, waking him up and saying, could you please call the jail and let this individual out of jail? And just remember how, we put on our application all these cases we do. What we don't put on there is what we don't do. But to me, that was a failure in the sense that, the guy got charged and he was sitting in jail, and he shouldn't have been. But I feel good that I worked to redeem it, and that to me was justice, is getting to the right result. Not trying to cover up a mistake, but realizing that a mistake was made, and I was part of making it. And that was a huge failure. An innocent person sat in jail for some period of time. But calling that judge in the middle of the night and getting him out, I'm sure when he got awakened from his jail cell, he was told to leave. He had no idea what was going on, but it was because I feel like, as a prosecutor, I did my job.
Thank you.
All right, before we break for lunch, does anyone have a follow-up question?
I have one. A goodly chunk of your career has been spent as a law professor,
Yes, Your Honor.
over 15 years. How does that translate to this job?
The interesting thing about that, Your Honor, is the degree to which it's so similar, and it was actually such good preparation for being a U.S. attorney, because it's not that different than a jury trial or an appellate argument, because you have an audience, and you get prepared and you present, and you're trying to, I think being a good lawyer, you're teaching anyway. You're teaching a jury, or you're hopefully teaching judges, although that's not always the easiest thing to do, but you're educating people on your case. And just being up on your feet every day, basically, in front of an audience, who many of whom now are sitting behind laptops, doing who knows what, but keeping their attention and teaching them is a challenge. And it prepared me so well for being a U.S. attorney, because press conferences were easy after students peppering you with questions who were always somebody in that group was always trying to trip you up, which wasn't that different than reporters. And then just educating the next generation of lawyers was so fulfilling, and learning about the next generation. It must be part of the human condition that every generation gripes about the one that comes behind them, I guess, and they're Generation X or millennials, But I was so impressed. They still will answer the call to service if they get it in the right way. And they still will step up and do something bigger than themselves. The generations are not. I don't know how many I'm in. I mean, how many generations I've dealt with now, but they're not that different. If there's good leadership, they will step up and do good things.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Cochran.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
We will break about an hour for lunch and start with Mr. Jerome Cochran after lunch. Thank you all.
All rise.
may be seated. Thank you all for coming back after lunch. We're ready to continue our interviews with Mr. Jerome Cochran. Justice Lee will lead off on this one.
Mr. Cochran, thank you for your interest in the position of Attorney General for the state of Tennessee.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And for your application, I know this is not an easy process. And so I appreciate your willingness to put yourself out there and be here today and take our questions. I'll start with the easiest question first. And something I noted in your application that resonated with me. You referenced your experience as a solo practitioner and having to be a jack of all trades and having to hustle. And that is, as you may know, that certainly was my background as a solo practitioner for 26 years. So I know what you say to be true. It does take a certain skill set to be a small town lawyer. So how does that experience, how will that experience help you be a good or an outstanding Attorney General?
Well, it makes me appreciate hard work, Your Honor. Like you said, you don't have a salary coming to you, a guaranteed salary paycheck coming to you every week here. You have to go out there and make it on your own here. So that's what the main thing is. It makes you want to. You expect others to work hard just as hard as you do because you're working hard, and you want to expect the same from them also. And that's what I would expect as from the people that under me that work for me in this AG's office. So that's the main thing I think that would help me in that here. I don't have to rely. I'm used to doing things myself. I'm relying on others to do work for me. And that may be something I'll have to get used to, actually having a staff to do stuff for me at the AG's office. I won't have to worry about writing every brief or making sure that this motion has been filed in the right court, et cetera. So it really gives me a hands-on approach, which would be, I think, beneficial to the office.
Thank you. You've had 22 years in the legal profession, 15 of those as a lawyer and 7 years as an administrative law judge. So with that background, what do you think uniquely qualifies you to be Attorney General?
Well, I think just the variety of cases I've handled in that background. I mean, I've done everything from, divorce hearings to dependency neglect hearings to bankruptcy hearings to, I've handled administrative hearings from both sides now as a lawyer and a judge. I've handled seizure hearings. I've had criminal jury trials. I've had civil jury trials. I've been in federal and state court. I just have just a wide breadth of knowledge I can draw upon that I think would be beneficial to the office.
I think one thing coming out of private practice, as I did with a similar background as you, I realized that the legal issues, they're interesting, but they also affect real people in real ways.
Yes.
Do you also see that in what
absolutely.
you do, is that there's a direct correlation between the legal issues and people?
Yes, especially when I'm dealing with the child custody cases especially. I've had a number of those in juvenile and Chancery Circuit Court. When you're doing divorce hearings, also the same way. I mean, these are just real people whose lives are changing, and trying to do the best you can for them. But sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and they're going to look for someone to blame instead of themselves. They're going to blame the lawyer who didn't do a good of a job here. So it's a constantly everyday thing you're dealing with, especially when you're in those kind of court atmospheres.
Hard work. You're the only applicant here who has served in the legislature, and you served 2 terms. What did you learn as a member of the legislature that you think would serve you well as Attorney General?
Well, I know the the legislative process. I'm very familiar with it here, and I still have various relationships in the legislature, and I speak with it on a routine basis still to this day here. The Speaker and Lieutenant Governor are close friends of mine. I've known them for years. In fact, it's on my age here, but I actually worked in one of Lieutenant Governor McNally's first campaigns. It was a student at UT Knoxville, volunteered there. So I think that's going to be, beneficial here. I understand the legislative process, so I think I can give them some, advice on if I needed to, about certain things should be done. But
important were Attorney General opinions, if at all, while you were a member of the legislature?
Okay. Well, you remember when I was there, there was about 35 Republicans there maybe here. And it seemed like every attorney general opinion we got was against our bills. So we sort of, discarded them. We thought, well, that's an opinion here. I'm a lawyer too. My opinion means just as much as their opinion. So
Just we say it's just one man's opinion. If it was if it's not in your favor, it was just one man's opinion. If it was in your favor, it was the opinion of the Attorney General.
Exactly. That's exactly, so what's the phrase here? It's opinions, everybody's got one. So why is that opinion worth as much as mine here? So, I'm not sure if I was educated that I would continue that practice. I don't know how beneficial that is here. I don't even know whether or not the agency needs to get involved in the legislative process that much anyway, to that extent here. I mean, they're to defend the laws once they're passed.
Did not need to be as vigorous, the issuance of Attorney General opinions, or less vigorous?
Less vigorous, I would believe here, Your Honor. I'm not even sure, like I said, I would want to continue that practice at all, to be honest with you at this point. But I mean, I would certainly look at and defer to people who've been there before to get their opinion on the matter here. But I'm inclined to say, no, I would not continue that practice, because I think that the legislature are the people's body. They're the ones that pass the laws here. I don't think I need to substitute the AG's office's opinion for that of the legislature. I mean, I can do if need called upon, we will defend that law then. If it needs to, let the courts decide whether or not it should be discussions or not.
I was, when I was reading your application, I did want to know more about your mother's story, so I was glad to hear you discuss it in your opening statement. And I know she'd be very proud of you, all you've accomplished, and of course, standing here today before this court. What lessons did you take from your mother that would help you serve us as Attorney General?
Well, I think I learned that, like I said in my openings, you got to try to place others' needs above yours as Attorney General. You're there representing people of Tennessee to the best of your ability. They're your clients, as many of us said here today here. And I just think that we need to make sure we're doing good by them. We need to be good stewards of not only we need to take care, make sure that they're being protected in the court systems, their rights are protected, the laws that are passed here, but we also, I think, need to make sure, to have the obligation to make sure that we keep justice open to all people, no matter what their financial background is. And I think the access for justice that Chief Justice Page spoke about earlier is very important. And as I said in my time in the legislature, I also tried to make sure that we kept the courthouse, that financial means was not a test to get in the courthouse doors here. And that's why I continually tried to rail against increasing the filing fees, against increasing court costs. I mean, I remember when they first created the Traumatic Brain Injury Fund, which was a wonderful idea here, I think, and very good. But I'm thinking, shouldn't that be for some of the taxpayers pay for something like this, instead of making people who are trying to get off probation to have to pay this kind of money to get off probation to support this? I mean, they're struggling as it is here. I mean, it's hard enough once you've been convicted of a crime to get a job here and make a living here. But then when you throw these tremendous court costs just on them, on top of that, it's very difficult.
I know it from, as you being a small town attorney, you did see how people scrambled to try to come up with filing fees, and how they have to borrow it, and sometimes delay filings just to come up with filing fees. So I appreciate your concern about increasing court costs. We've seen a rise in this country of divisive partisan issues. What role do you think the Attorney General has in being engaged in partisan activity?
Well, we shouldn't be engaged here. I hope we can rise above that, and I also do think I can to make sure I do that here. I mean, as you know, I'm a Republican, lifelong Republican, but to me, once I become an administrative judge here, or to become Attorney General here, that stays at home. That does not come to the office here, or that has no place at all. And I think that we need to be careful about it, because we are such a divided nation. And I've never seen like this. I mean, the parties are even getting more divided inside here. Between you've got the progressive on one end, traditional on the other end. You got far right on one hand, conservative on the other end. So it's unfortunate. I don't know what the answer is, but I will do everything I can to make sure that we try to stay above that as best I can.
Thank you for your answers. I'll defer to Justice Bivens.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. I too appreciate your being with us here today and all the effort it takes to apply for this position. So I would like to kind of ask you the flip side of one of the questions that Justice Lee asked you, though, and that's with regard to your experience as a sole practitioner and things of that nature. Obviously, in the role of the Tennessee Attorney General, there is a lot of supervisory responsibilities. There are a number of human resources issues that come about. How would you go about handling those, the hiring, the retention, the training, and firing duties that go with the role of Attorney General?
Well, if I come in the office here, I'm not going there to reinvent the wheel. I mean, I think that by all accounts, the office that the General Secretary has in place is a strong staff, and I assume that, I would plan to, I believe, keep most of those if possible here. I don't know if they want to stay or not here. But I would, obviously, I'm not going to say I know everything. There's going to be a learning curve when I come in there, obviously. I don't have the experience of working in there. I don't have the experience, of managing a large firm of people like that here. So I'm going to have to rely probably more than the others on current staff to help me out, and other professionals I know in the legal business that I can sort of draw and talk to and get advice on. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know the answer to everything. I mean, that's just something I'm going to have to do a little bit of learning on the job training. That's just a fact, and I acknowledge that.
In your ALJ experience, and you touched on it a little bit, but tell us how that will help you be a better Attorney General.
Well, I mean, and I've presided over a number of cases here, whether it be, property tax appeals, which is a hot button issue right now, and I'm hearing quite a bit across the state, not only in Davidson County, but in Knox County and Shelby County cases, property tax appeals. I've heard cases dealing with TennCare, there's various different, every board and commission, I think I've heard a case before, whether it be child care or, a contracting board. I think it gives me a wide breadth of knowledge that I can draw upon in handling the jobs as Attorney General.
Thank you very much. I'll hand it over to Justice Kirby now.
I appreciate your application as well. Tell me, if you would, whether in any of the capacities that you've held as a lawyer, what interactions have you had with the Attorney General's office or any of the lawyers in the Attorney General's office?
I've handled several appeals through the criminal court appeals, but I've never had to argue before the Court of Criminal Appeals here. There was always filed motions that they would rule upon here, but I would speak to the Attorney General's offices on that matter here, and maybe say, but that's the main one. As far as the legislator, I've dealt with the Attorney General's office on different pieces of legislation when I was in legislature, but that's the extent of it.
As you know, we have a number of really good candidates for the position. Tell me, if you would, what makes you the best choice for us to make?
Mm-hmm. I would just draw upon my unique background, where I come from. I'm not the traditional candidate, I don't think, for the Attorney General position here. I'm not from, I'm not the governor's office. I'm not coming from the director of a state agency or, a large law firm. I'm just a country lawyer till I got to become an administrative law judge. And I just think that I have a unique background perspective that I think would be beneficial. And I'm not going to say that I'm better than any of these candidates. There's standing candidates here, obviously, here, but I'm a different candidate from them in as far as my role, how I got here to this position.
Pass it to Justice Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Thank you for your application. I'd like to echo my colleagues in that regard. And I, being one of the later of the justices to ask questions, I think all of mine have already been covered. So I'm going to let you off the hook.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for your application.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran, for spending the day with us. We appreciate that. I know you went through a process of, you heard that General Slattery was not going to ask for another term, and you thought about this a lot. What was it about your background and your thought process that led you to think this was the job for you?
Well, I love public service. I don't think anyone who, I've won political campaigns, I've lost political campaigns. I love that part of it, serving the public here. And that was the main motivation. I think I have something to offer. Obviously, I wouldn't have run if I didn't think I had something to offer the people of Tennessee here. I've enjoyed fighting for them because this state's given me so much to me and my family here. We've been blessed so much living in this state here. And That's maybe a little corny, but, I feel like the public service is a calling that, that good people need to be involved in.
In doing your research and preparing for this today, were there any specific challenges facing the Attorney General's office and the new Attorney General that you can think of?
Well, to me personally, what's going to be like, I think Justice Bibbs touched upon it here, that this is a large staff, a huge budget here, and like I said, obviously I don't have that kind of experience coming from with my background. So, that is the challenge that I'm going to have to face, and I want to apply, but I think I'd overcome that challenge and be able to meet it head on and be successful.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Does anyone else have a question or follow-up? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Donovan?
Mr. Donovan, I very much appreciate your application, and very much appreciate the thoroughness of it, and you've told us a lot about you and a lot about your thoughts and prior experiences and how you would approach things. I'll just ask a few more additional questions to flesh that out.
Yes, sir.
Yes, my first one to you is, what does your first 90 days in office as Attorney General look like?
I think there's no time to waste. First of all, I have said more than one time and in my written application that I will lead with energy and action. So I will want to hit the ground running immediately. I think my first 90 days would obviously be much like when I came into the District Attorney's Office and the U.S. Attorney's Office. Certainly you want to meet and understand the nature and the framework of the existing staff and the resources that you have available, and perhaps where there are some gaps or some things that are lacking. And as quickly as possible, I would want to fill those gaps or try to make sure that we are maximizing our resources of the office, whether that be in staffing or other initiatives or resources that we're called upon. Immediately there, after or simultaneously with that, I think that I would want to make sure that I am meeting with and getting to know, if I don't already know them, members of the executive and legislative and judicial branches in positions of leadership that I'll be interacting with every day. Making sure that they understand what my priorities are, what my background is, what my capabilities are, and my availability to be responsive to their needs immediately. And so I think those are the two things that most immediately would stand out to me. I'd also want to know fairly quickly the current state of any pending litigation that needs decisiveness. That is something languishing that needs to be have a hard decision made. I would want to get up to speed on that as quickly as possible, and making sure that, again, we're being responsive and thoughtful about the way that the timing of those decisions. But in the first 90 days, I assume that I'd be brought up to speed and be able to make those decisions if possible.
All right, thank you very much. And you mentioned getting to know the members of each of the three branches of government. So along that lines, how do you view the role of the AG in relation to each of the three separate branches of government in Tennessee?
Well, clearly, the Attorney General is the attorney for all three branches, co-equal branches of government, and I think the way I would view it is that they each have unique responsibilities and powers and authorities, and they each have limitations. And so understanding that as you go and to interact with those different branches of government, I think is vitally important. Again, my posture would be very much kind of forward-leaning, making sure that I am engaging actively and responsively with the governor's office, with the cabinet-level commissioners and their general counsel, with the other agency heads of government in the executive branch, and then the legislative branch, of course, meeting with the speakers and the leadership of the House and Senate, as well as the constitutional officers. I think maybe sometimes we overlook those constitutional officers, but perhaps since I'm now working for one,
It's hard to say you don't know what you're doing.
they are a vital part of the legislative branch of government and are a big agency client, in my opinion, of the Attorney General. And so servicing them and getting to know what their needs are in the claims process or the investigative process is vitally important. And then interacting with this court and all the appellate and trial courts and the AOC, I think, is important, making sure that I'm providing whatever advice and guidance and counsel and influence I can bring upon making the judiciary better in whatever way, whatever that seems to be. And so I think very quickly I would be able to be full service. You'll hear me say this, you probably read it more than one time in my application. I believe very much as a government lawyer in being full service. We can walk and chew gum at the same time, and we can fulfill multiple duties and responsibilities in a fulsome way, and I have the energy and the action to do that, and I'm ready to get to work.
All right, thank you very much. As I've asked with the other applicants so far, one of your main duties you're going to have to deal with as Attorney General are human resources responsibilities. So tell us a little bit about how you would approach hiring, training, retention, and firing.
Sure. It's important to note as we start talking about that the Attorney General's office is certainly driven by all of the outstanding legal talent that it has in the office, but also the support staff is important too. And so, again, I would want to be fulsome in the way that I am examining and evaluating as I come in the door, not only the legal talent, but the support staff as well. I'd like to think that I have a pretty good eye for legal talent. I have recruited and hired a number of government lawyers over my career as district attorney and as U.S. attorney, many of whom have gone on to even greater things than that in public service. And I'm very proud of my record of the people, the character and the skill set of the people that I've hired. So I'd like to think already that I understand what that looks like. But I would engage in whatever evaluation process is available to me. You know, in the Department of Justice, there is a very formal evaluation process and a review process by the Department of Justice. And as my friend Don Cochran says, of course, they are civil service protected. And so one of the things that I have prided myself on is I've inherited an office, whether it's the district attorney's office that serves at the will and pleasure of the elected DA, or the U.S. Attorney's Office that perhaps is a bit more insulated, is that you want to make sure that you're putting the right people with the right skills in the right spot. You want to be sensitive to what their strengths are and not be afraid to perhaps reassign them or move them to areas where they have the most benefit to the agency client or to the client themselves, the state of Tennessee. And so you can see a bit of that in my history at the U.S. Attorney's Office. I did restructure the criminal division. I created and established a full-time and permanent appellate division. And then I had other collateral duties assigned to AUSAs, including district election officer and elder crimes coordinator, COVID crimes coordinator, as that came up. And so again, finding internally within the office as it exists now, those strengths and skills and putting them in the right space is the right thing. I assume that, like all other government offices, that the Attorney General, perhaps in this climate, this economic climate, may be challenged in their hiring and recruitment. And so we want to make sure that that we have the resources to do that we're paying our staff appropriately to recruit them, and perhaps within, I don't know how it works. I know when I was district attorney, we had what was called the step raise system. Service and experience credits is what they are officially called, and so that was an annual pay rate increase that recruited and did attract and retain certain employees. In the federal government, of course, we were able to, on a discretionary basis, give some merit pay, and I think there's some value in that. And so I would need to see how we'd work that. And then finally, I'll go ahead and address the firing issue. As I understand it, these employees serve at the will and pleasure of the Attorney General, and so if there is a real problem in the office, or if there is someone who's not being productive and can't seem to be flexibly fit somewhere else to maximize their skills, then there are some hard HR decisions to make. And I've made those in my career as well, and I'm not afraid to do that because the people of this great state demand nothing less than the best service and the best use of their tax dollars. And so we need to protect that. Part of the duty of the Attorney General is to protect the state treasury, and having an employee that's not performing or is deficient or needs a performance improvement plan, you really need to take a look at that. And in my career, unfortunately, I've had to actually not only fire employees, but also investigate them, report them to the bar, and then prosecute them as well.
Obviously, your focus has been primarily on criminal law in your history and your experience. How do you approach civil aspects, such as consumer affairs and those type of issues as you come into this office?
Well, they're really, really important to this office, and really kind of a centerpiece of the work that the Attorney General does is mostly in the civil space, although criminal appellate work and special investigations are a part of that as well. I'll go back first to my private practice experience. I was in private practice, solo private practice in Lauderdale County, Tennessee, for 11 years. And while much of that practice involved indigent criminal defense, a lot of it also involved divorce and child custody, plaintiff's personal injury work, workers' compensation claims, wills and estates and probate matters, title work, and loan closings and things like that. And so I did get, from early on in my legal career, got a full experience of representing clients as their only lawyer in those spaces, and navigating that and learning from that and being able to adapt and be flexible in those spaces. When I was district attorney, the civil law that I did practice was really in the child support enforcement space. I did operate and lead a child support enforcement division that enforced the medical and financial rights of custodial parents to receive that support, and we did that primarily in chancery and juvenile courts, where contempt was the main enforcement mechanism. And then later in my service as U.S. Attorney, of course, I ran a civil division that included all manner of litigation on false claims, affirmative civil litigation on false claims, key TAM issues, and matters in healthcare fraud primarily. And then also on the defensive side, employment discrimination and government torts by agencies as well. And so I got a real good learning curve again in my federal service, where I did have settlement authority up to $1 million in defensive matters and up to $10 million in affirmative matters. So I got to exercise that, and that really broadened my horizon and stretched me. And even now at the Comptroller's office, although much of the fraud investigations that we do on behalf of the Comptroller are criminal, some of them have corollary and collateral civil consequences that we actually partner with the Attorney General's office to enforce. And so I've come back to state civil law in that space and gotten a real good experience in that as well.
All right, my last question for you is, tell us why you are the best pick out of these well-qualified folks to be the next Attorney General of the state of Tennessee.
Well, they're all qualified, and they're all my friends. I'm the only candidate who has been the agency head for 2 prosecutors' offices, both as an elected official and as an appointed official. And I think that history and that experience does give me an intuitive edge about the way to serve the people of Tennessee, the way to serve branches of government in Tennessee, and ultimately how to represent a sovereignty. I did that for a long time as district attorney and U.S. attorney, and that's the type of experience that you can't just read about and learn. You've got to experience it. When you answer to the voters every 8 years, they will let you know what's important to them, and your priorities as a district attorney, as a prosecutor, regarding public safety matters will mirror what the people expect from you. And of course, when you serve as I did in an executive branch of government, you will certainly embrace and deal with the priorities that are at hand in the active enforcement of the laws of Congress. And even now, in the legislative branch, I am getting a good exposure to the legislative priorities for fraud, waste, and abuse in state and local government. And so I think I'm best qualified because I'm the most experienced in making the final hard decisions that can't be delegated.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Donovan. I'll pass it along to Justice Kirby.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Donovan. The area of criminal justice reform has been a topic of national conversation. Your career has involved many aspects of criminal justice as a defense attorney in private practice, as a district attorney general, as U.S. attorney. What areas in Tennessee, under the umbrella of criminal justice reform, do you think need attention?
Well, I would say to you almost immediately that the recent legislative action by the General Assembly regarding what is known as the truth in sentencing legislation that was passed this past General Assembly, I think was long overdue. Telling the truth to defendants, victims, law enforcement, and the public is vitally important so that everybody knows what to expect when we walk into a courtroom and when we walk out of a courtroom about how much time in custody an offender is going to spend. I think that is what we owe to the people, and I think that it accomplishes the goals of criminal prosecution, which are retribution, incapacitation, deterrence, and rehabilitation, in that order. I think there are some areas of what is broadly described as criminal justice reform that do have merit. I think there is room, if I were going to speculate, and this is, of course, up to the legislature, but I think there's room for a healthy discussion about bail reform, about pretrial detention, the way we do pretrial detention here in the state government. We do it completely different in the federal government. And there are some lessons to be learned there about the bail system and the bail bonding system in our state. I found it to be very frustrating and not conducive in some cases to public safety. And so I think we ought to have a real serious discussion about that in Tennessee.
As Attorney General, how would you be forward-leaning on those issues?
Well, first and foremost, and this is kind of my sweet spot, I think that the criminal appellate jurisdiction of the Attorney General in defending all state trial court convictions in the Court of Criminal Appeals and in this court is vitally important. You want to be as robust as you can be in that defense and that representation and that interaction with district attorneys general. I think that, and that includes capital cases. That includes death penalty matters and habeas corpus and post-conviction relief. I think that making sure that we're providing a clear and consistent position on behalf of the state in those matters is important so that we don't have conflicting opinions and so that we don't make bad law. And ultimately also so that we are achieving what is a just and right result. I do think that I could assist, and my prior relationships and my current relationships with the 31 elected DAs are quite good. I served with all of them. And I think that interaction and that relationship would help me to make sure that I'm providing the utmost representation, the most fulsome and responsive representation to them, even as they go about their duties in the trial court. I think there's room there for collaboration and partnership between the Attorney General and the district attorneys if they're willing to have it at the trial level.
Do you see the Attorney General in, let's say, the area of criminal justice reform that you identified, bail, do you see the Attorney General as having something that requires legislative action? Do you see the Attorney General as having a role in trying to effectuate that?
Yes, I think if my opinion is called upon by the General Assembly in those areas,
would you take action, initiative in that area?
I think I would want to see if the General Assembly has a will to discuss that, and if I were called upon, I think I bring quite a bit of experience in that area to the table. I don't think inherently within the original jurisdiction of the Attorney General I would have much power to do anything other than engage and advise and give counsel regarding the workability of certain proposals.
Thank you. I'll pass it to Justice Campbell.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Donovan. I want to piggyback on one of the questions that Justice Kirby asked you, and I guess the answer that you gave to that question where you mentioned the importance of cooperation and collaboration between the DAs and the Attorney General. As I'm sure you're aware, there have been some situations where there has been more tension, I would say, than cooperation. How would you navigate those situations? And I guess a related question is the same one that I asked Mr. Cochran earlier. Given your broad prosecutorial experience, are there areas where you think it would make sense for the Attorney General's office to have broader original criminal jurisdiction? All
right. I'll take those one at a time. When I was serving as the District Attorney General, within the District Attorney's Conference, there is a committee known as the Attorney General Advisory Committee, and where at least one or more elected DAs are selected by the 31 to essentially have a liaison relationship with the Attorney General or members of the Attorney General's office, again, primarily in the area of criminal appellate work or capital litigation. I served in that way for almost all of my 11 years as an elected DA, and I got to work with great people like Amy Tarkenton and Rachel Willis and General Cooper and General Slattery, and understand their perspective and voice our perspective as state elected DAs and trial attorneys. So I think that even ought to be more robust and more regular about communication between district attorneys and the Attorney General's office. But I believe that it ought to be actually during the trial process, and importantly, especially in matters of capital litigation and post-conviction relief litigation. I think there is a world of error that would not have to be conceded if in fact we were working together. Now again, that requires the willingness of the elected DA to do that. No one wants to encroach upon their discretion. Nobody understands that discretion better than me, and I would never seek to do that. But I think that there are some areas there regarding trial litigation that I believe I have healthy relationships with those elected DAs, and I believe that I could foster those relationships to anticipate those issues, to assign assistant attorney generals to each of the 32 districts now, and to make sure that we're being very much responsive to their needs. On the second question, I believe the question is, do I believe that perhaps the Attorney General ought to have broader or additional original jurisdiction in the criminal area? And while I've just said I respect absolutely the constitutional duties and discretion of the elected DAs, yes, I do. Yes, I do. And that's a delicate conversation to have with them and to have with the legislature. But let me give you a few examples. I do, in those same areas, I think that statutorily perhaps there ought to be some mechanism by which an assistant attorney general could be cross-designated in capital matters and post-conviction matters. I think, again, there's a manpower issue and there's an expertise issue that could be brought to bear in those trial courtrooms that would help eliminate error. Now, as far as other areas of law, in my current role as with the Comptroller's Office, I do see a fair bit of public corruption and official misconduct in state and local government, and we deal with that in investigative findings of fraud, waste, and abuse. And I'm not saying that the district attorneys are not capable of handling official misconduct and public corruption. I would tell you, however, that I think that there is room for a conversation with the General Assembly about the specialized nature and the independent and objective nature of the Attorney General's office in being involved perhaps in that space as well, and having some original jurisdiction to take on public corruption and official misconduct and even quo warranto actions. The Attorney General does not have that. Only district attorneys do. I think, likewise, I think there are certain issues of state sovereignty that are affected by election offenses, and I think that there might be some appetite for the General Assembly to see whether the Attorney General might need to have some original jurisdiction in the investigation and prosecution of election offenses that uphold the integrity of elections. Oh, yes.
Thank you. There are a lot of duties of the Attorney General that are basically mandatory duties. There's not a lot of discretion as to whether you do it or you don't. But then there are a lot of decisions that are discretionary. There's a lot of authority that is discretionary, particularly when it comes to instituting affirmative litigation on behalf of the state. Can you tell me, in exercising that discretionary authority, what would be some of the areas that you might focus on, and what things would you consider in deciding how to exercise that authority?
Well, again, this goes back into the category of making tough calls, right? I mean, there's nothing more vital to exercising discretion as the Attorney General than instituting affirmative civil litigation to protect the rights and the liberties of Tennesseans. It's whether to do that or not, obviously, is a threshold question, but the consideration also is when to do it. I think timing is very important, and I think many times our state has suffered because we have delayed action. We have been passive. We've been uncertain in some way, and waiting to see how things shake out. And I don't think we ought to attend every fight we're invited to, but I think if we're going to be in a fight, we ought to be leading, and we ought to be out front, and we ought to consider specifically the timing of the decision. Obviously, anything regarding the federal government's infringement or encroachment that creates burdens to our state or local governments where the exclusive province is to the state or local government, we ought to be pushing back. And that's more defined and more pronounced in those areas that involve core fundamental rights and liberties, speech and religion, education, Second Amendment issues, other matters that the General Assembly, through its elected, through the power and authority it's given by the people as elected representatives, the issues that the General Assembly has defined will shape the rights and liberties of Tennesseans. I think we need to be proactive and not delay in that way. And I think that we ought to also consider, perhaps, whether there are, as we go along, unintended or collateral consequences, or perhaps another way to achieve the same result without affirmative litigation. Again, we don't have to attend every fight, but if we're going to be in it, we ought to identify it quickly, and we ought to be bold and aggressive in protecting those rights.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Donovan. Just to follow up on a few things, I mean, you alluded to a situation in your office, and we won't call any names, but I remember it well. You handled that just fantastically. There was an employee who had a problem, and you took the steps you needed to take.
Yes, sir.
Can you recall in your career when you, looking back, you made a mistake in handling any situation, whether it was HR or anything else, and what did you learn from that mistake?
Well, no one likes to talk about their mistakes, Mr. Chief Justice, but I can tell you, the mistake that I made early in my prosecutorial career that in some ways I suppose still defines me to this day was very public. I tried a first-degree murder case down in McNairy County that was televised on national television, gavel to gavel, of a woman who shot and killed her husband, who was a minister in the Church of Christ. I tried that case in 2007. I was elected in the fall of 2006. In fact, the homicide was committed before I became the district attorney. And I underestimated or misunderstood some things about that case. I took a position that, looking back now, I should have been better prepared to understand what a local McNairy County jury would consider to be relevant or not relevant, or important or not important. And so the lesson that I learned there was that many times the quality of justice that you receive is based upon the local people on the ground. I learned that very quickly. It also taught me a bit about coming out of that. It was a disappointing result, of course. I do need to remind the court that I did, in fact, convict her of voluntary manslaughter. It was not a not guilty. It was just not the first-degree murder that we indicted. It sure felt like a loss, and it sure felt like it was my mistake, and I underestimated some things in proving premeditation. But what I also learned and developed from that is that, number one, justice does come in many forms. Justice comes in many forms, and many times we don't see it as we're in the thick of it or in the arena of it, and we can sometimes be blinded by that emotion. And it's taught me a bit of perspective and a bit of caution. The other thing that came out of that, in my mind, is it motivated me as an elected district attorney who had some ability to come to this legislature and to lobby for stronger gun laws in Tennessee. It taught me that there was a gap in the law regarding committing a violent crime, including voluntary manslaughter, with a shotgun, with a firearm. And we addressed that as a district attorney's conference. I testified before the House and Senate Judiciary Committees following that trial about the need for increased sentencing to prevent and deter and to hold accountable those people who use firearms. And so coming out of that, in addition to perspective and all those other learning lessons, it was an opportunity to make it better. And I've really tried to focus on that during my career, is taking something perhaps that was not so good or even a setback or a loss and trying to learn from it and making it better.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. I noticed in your application that you do have some social media accounts.
I do.
LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter. Are you active on those accounts?
I am, generally.
Well, we have some state officials who, I can think of one of the constitutional officers who I think it's very good service, puts things on Twitter all the time about, what's going on with the voters and elections and all that. Would you use that as Attorney General? Would you use that platform of social media for anything?
The answer is generally yes, but within the confines of the rules that are placed upon me by the Board of Professional Responsibility, and making sure that we're not doing anything that is compromising the interest of the state. If you look back on those accounts, you will see over history, you can go all the way back to, I think I got on maybe in 2010, 11. I guess that's when all that came to be. I felt very strongly as district attorney and as U.S. attorney that the people that I represented, the people I was doing work for, the taxpayers, deserved to know what was going on in their government. And so primarily what you'll see about my activity on those social media accounts were postings about outcomes, about cases and investigations that resulted in something, or new initiatives that we were employing, new resources that we were getting to the office, so that visibility, I think, was important in establishing trust and confidence in government. I think that's one of the biggest challenges we have in any government today, is that the people that we serve don't trust us. And so in any way that I can communicate in a professional and ethical way what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're doing it, I think it promotes trust and confidence in the taxpayer that we're using their resources responsibly and that we're actually achieving results for them.
Okay.
And so I do think I would probably do that.
As Attorney General, you would be representing individuals in all three branches of government, right?
Yes, sir.
How do you handle it when a client just won't follow your advice?
Well, you certainly have to be honest with them. I think it starts with honesty on the front end. I don't overpromise and underdeliver, first of all. I think you've got to go into it with a very sober mindset and a realistic expectation regarding that client, and setting those expectations early. You've got to be honest with them and say, that the likelihood of success or the likelihood of this is strong or weak, and here's what you need to consider. Of course, clients can be difficult. And navigating those relationships, then, in addition to being honest and sober and forthright with them, is trying to develop a relationship of trust so that they will, in fact, listen to you. And that comes in prior relationships that I may already have with government officials or agency officials in these branches, but I think it also comes from performance, from proof and performance. The more you win, the more you are right, and the more they see you are right, the more they will trust you in the future. And so I think much of what I have done as district attorney and U.S. attorney, even now in the comptroller's office, and hopefully as attorney general, will be to demonstrate that we are right, and that we can take the right side of an issue, we can prevail in the litigation, and that the advice that we're giving to our clients can be relied upon. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Donovan.
Thank you.
Justice Lee, do you have questions?
Mr. Donovan, just one comment before I start. As a fellow social media user, I think it is important.
I wasn't talking about it.
I think it is important to communicate with the public, and I think it does improve transparency. You've had, from your application, obviously 27 really exemplary years of service in the legal profession, and 11 of those as what we might call a country lawyer, which, as I discussed with Mr. Cochran, I put very high value on being one of those. I think the overarching theme of your career has been public service. How does that fit in with your application to be Attorney General? How does that fit within your career path?
So you can see from the arc of my career, you're right. I started in private practice, but it only took me 11 years to figure out I wanted to be a public servant. And much of that was forged in those general sessions and chancery and circuit courtrooms in the 25th District and surrounding West Tennessee counties. And much of it was a trial by fire in the sense that I did a lot of indigent criminal defense, a lot of trial experience, where I understood law enforcement, where I got to see it up close and personal, where I got to see the considerations and the discretion of the District Attorney General. And I will tell you that the day, September 1st, 2006, the day I became the District Attorney General in the 25th District, I knew what I had found was my life's calling, that is by public service. I knew that finally my skill set matched up with something that could be incredibly rewarding and productive for citizens. And boy, I loved it. I loved it, and I still love it. But that experience in private practice and solo practice in country law, as you say, helped me understand how to have relationships with people and how to intuitively understand what's important to people. And then as I started serving in state government, it is such a noble cause that it gets me going. I think I put in my application, I still got chills in my 11th year as much as I did my first year when I would sign indictments and at the bottom it said against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, because I knew that was the mission and the role and the noble thing that I was trying to accomplish was preserving peace and dignity for the state of Tennessee. And it was a pleasure to do that job, and I was so grateful to the people of the district for electing me twice. And then of course, as great as that is, when you have the opportunity to serve your country at the highest levels in the Department of Justice, you answer the call. And so just when I thought it couldn't get any better, boy, it got better. And I got to really have some meaningful and consequential work in areas that actually saved lives. I talked a little bit in my introduction about reducing the violent crime and gun rate in Memphis by 13% over 2 years. Those aren't just numbers, those are lives and victims. And boy, I just energized every day to go to work to do that. And then finally, when I left the Department of Justice, when I was asked to leave the Department of Justice, Mr. Cochran and I.
And that was no disrespect to you, correct?
Well, I hope
you
not.
were asked to leave.
I also was packing my stuff on that Sunday night too. I knew that I couldn't do anything but come back into public service. And thankfully, the comptroller gave me a space where I could continue to use my skill and my passion to serve the state. And it's been great. And so here we are. We've arrived at this moment in our state, in this opportunity that for me is not a lark, it's not a stepping stone, and it's certainly not a capstone. I still consider myself a young man and an energetic advocate. This is a further opportunity to serve at the highest levels, to do meaningful and consequential work, and to keep protecting that peace and dignity.
You mentioned your interest in bail reform earlier, and I know you must have gotten a lot of experience of that as a DA, and then, of course, as U.S. Attorney. What are some of your ideas on how we can improve bail reform, or how we can reform bail?
Now, I don't want to get out over my...
And you're not a legislator, but you just said you had some ideas. Just one or two things.
Of course, we all have ideas about a lot of things, but I don't want to get too far out over my skis here. But I will just say that in my experience as a state prosecutor, what I found was that sometimes the monetary bail amount was not always commensurate with the crime committed or the dangerousness to the community. And so if we're going to have a cash bail system, we need to kind of right size some of those bail and bond monetary amounts.
Some should be higher than.
Yes, ma'am.
Commensurate with the crime.
Yes, ma'am. I think obviously the reason we have bail
or pretrial release is to, number one, make sure the defendant shows back up to court, and number two, make sure that he or she do not continue to commit crimes. There's a public safety factor to that, and so number one, I think that there's a discussion there, and I understand the concern and constitutionality of preset bonds, but I think there's a conversation there, and then the other aspect of it that was counterproductive, in my opinion, was making it the private bail bond industry. I don't know why we can't perhaps shift that function over into the clerk's office.
To do it within.
Yes, ma'am. And if there is a cash bond that's posted, then those funds are available in the event there is a conviction for court costs, fines, forfeitures, restitution, payment of a fee for an indigent defense attorney, whatever it may be. And so I think that perhaps there's a more efficient way that's not market-driven.
This is very random, and it's really not out of your application. You mentioned earlier the position of COVID crimes coordinator.
Yes,
I've never
ma'am.
heard that before. What is that?
Well, of course, Mr. Cochran and I, along with the rest of the world, when COVID hit in March of 2020, we were running U.S. attorneys' offices, and the Department of Justice had to have a coordinated response in the way that we handled our staff, the way that we handled our service to the courts, grand juries in the courts, our interaction with law enforcement, and then finally the way that we were able to respond to public concerns of fraud related to COVID. You may remember the early days, and maybe even today, there are many people who were making application for COVID grant funding that were those were false claims. They were fraudulent applications, and the money was not being used for personal protective equipment or for other COVID-related things. And so the Department of Justice, this was not my idea. This was an initiative announced by the Attorney General at that time, William Barr. But all 93 U.S. attorneys, including Mr. Cochran and myself, were asked to identify and assign and appoint an attorney within our office to be essentially a COVID crimes coordinator, to work with FBI, to work with the Department of Health and Human Services to make sure that we were intercepting and receiving and then acting upon COVID-related fraudulent crimes. And so I did that.
That makes sense. You were asked earlier about the state, as Attorney General, instituting affirmative action, affirmatively pursuing certain litigation. And in an office where you have, as in any state office, limited resources, how do you decide to prioritize your cases involving solely Tennessee interest in state cases versus national issues? How do you prioritize those interests?
I'm not dodging the question. It's just a difficult question for me to answer because I've never worked in the Attorney General's office, so I don't know the inner working and structure of and budget and resources of it. I can see it from the outside looking in. I've worked with the office, again, primarily in the criminal appellate arena. Depending on how the divisions and the leadership of those lawyers are structured, I think I would want to know what I have at my disposal. I'd want to know what resources are available, what attorneys have the expertise and the experience in this area, how many of them are there, what divisions are they in, and then if there is a need for that, can I shift some of those resources without compromising or sacrificing the quality or the responsiveness to in-state issues? I don't know the answer to that question, but I'd love to find out.
I don't know the answer to it either, so I think it's just something. Well, you think about how, and if those national cases involve social issues that are highly controversial, how do you navigate that sort of partisan issue of deciding whether to pursue those cases and whether to let others pursue them?
I think that the Attorney General must speak on behalf of the stated will of the people of Tennessee. They state their will through their elected representatives in the General Assembly and through their election of other officials, including the governor and of judges. And I think that Tennessee and Tennesseans are pretty good at expressing their will vocally through their elected representatives. And so I think I would certainly listen to that and consider that very carefully. This notion that the Attorney General must be apolitical, I think, is a bit misleading and misguided. I think if your job is to advise and counsel politicians, you need to be politically aware. And you need to be able to navigate those relationships and understand the expressed will of the people through the representatives. And so representing the sovereignty of Tennessee includes representing what's best for Tennesseans as they have spoken about it. And so I don't think we ought to be afraid of those social issues. They're important to Tennesseans, and we ought to be ready and prepared to win on those issues.
Thank you for your answers. I think I've run out of questions, so I'll let you off the hook, unless anyone else has anything else.
Any other questions? Okay, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. We'll come back in.
Thank you
very
for
much.
your answers.
All rise.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Schmidt, it's your turn, and Justice Campbell will question you first.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You know, it's been a long day, I'm sure, already. Thank you for your application and for spending so much time with us today. I want to start by just giving you an opportunity to explain, I guess, why now? Why the pivot to public service at this point in your career? I think you may be unique among the applicants in spending your whole career so far in the private sector. So what motivated you to seek this position in public service?
Sure, and thank you for that question, Justice Campbell. You're right, I have spent 38 years in private practice. At the same time, during many of those years, I have been involved in political and government activities, so I'm aware of how things work. But I thought it was a unique opportunity for me, and like everything in life, timing is everything. And I felt this was a job I could handle very well. I have spent many years helping manage one of the largest law firms in the country, and the management of a law firm is part of this AG's job, obviously. So I felt I had the skill set to do that. And then secondly, the timing situation of our times. As it's been mentioned, I think earlier, government is under stress, federal and state. I think our whole system is under stress. And I have spent a lifetime encouraging others to run for office and helping them run for office and stay in office. And so this, to me, was a time I could step up and maybe walk that walk as well, because I felt I could do something with this job based on my skill set. And I think it's an important job in helping clearly the state government manage and operate and serve the people of the state.
Your experience in private practice is also unique, I guess, among the applicants. Your experience has not been in litigation. It's been in corporate, mergers and acquisitions, strategic planning. How do you think that experience prepares you for the role of AG?
Well, as I say, I've been in management a good bit with our firm, and that obviously applies to AG. In terms of my practice area, I spend a lot of time counseling my clients to try to keep them out of litigation, actually. As a result of that, I'm able to understand their problems, both their business transactional needs as well as their litigation issues. Now, if it goes to litigation, I obviously bring in someone with expertise in that. But I do understand that part of the legal spectrum, so to speak, at least in the private practice. I don't anticipate I would ever be litigating as an AG. The great thing about this job is you have 160, 170 plus lawyers that are very talented, and I would continue to try to keep that talent pool high to do those kind of things. I spend a lot of my practice managing lawyers, frankly. When my clients have issues, I find the best person to deal with that issue, litigation or otherwise. And so I expect I will continue to do that, trying to find the best person to deal with whatever the issues the AG's office has, whether it be litigation, whether it be administrative, what have you. So I don't view the lack of any litigation experience. I mean, I was at one point assistant district attorney way back on a volunteer basis, helping handle white collar crime because I knew financial stuff. But I don't consider myself a litigator. My job currently, and I think my job if this job was given to me, is to find the best lawyer to handle the case for the client, and that's what I would continue to do.
I'm going to steal a question from Justice Bivens that I liked. How would you approach your first 90 days in office if selected for this position?
Good question. No offense, the first 90 days start Wednesday or whenever you all decide. This is a short fuse to get into a big job. Essentially, I'm going to go listen a whole lot on the front end. My first call is to Herbert Slatery, number one, and then to leaders of the legislature, the governor, and listen. And then eventually into the 90 days, go through the department and listen to those folks on the ground and understand what they're doing, how they're doing it, to get a sense of what's going on. So I think since I seem to be throwing out words today, the word for 90 days would be listen. That's what I'd be doing primarily, but it's as soon as you all make a decision, if I happen to be your choice, it starts right then.
How would you, and I don't mean to suggest that this is a weakness, but I just, it's a I guess a comparative note that, I know you have been involved in election law, and you have been involved behind the scenes in politics quite a bit, but you don't have state government experience as a leader of a state government agency or even as an employee. So how would you go about tackling that learning curve, to the extent you view it as a learning curve, and maybe you don't? And I'd be interested in your thoughts on that too.
But it's a very valid question. I mean, based on looking at my background, I think there are a couple of things to consider there. I have been deeply involved in state government, not as an employee, as a participant. I went back and counted up the various elections and politicians I've helped. I go way back to the 1986 Winfield Dunn for Governor campaign. I started out. I've been involved in all of Bob Corker's campaigns, including moving into his house in 1994 to help him run his first campaign, where we just got annihilated. I was involved on a commission set up by Governor Sundquist, the Tennessee Commission on Practical Government, and it was an assembly of political and non-political people to advise then Governor Sundquist on how to run state government more efficiently. I served as a deep fundraiser for Mayor Bill Haslam in Knoxville, and then subsequently Governor Bill Haslam. He asked me to serve on his Judicial Selection Council, so I did that. I was a substantial fundraiser on the Yes on 2 campaign for the Judicial Selection constitutional question.
We appreciate that.
I think we turned out all right. I was legal counsel to Governor candidate Randy Boyd, so I was involved in that campaign. I've been involved with the people of state government and federal government, for that matter, as well as the functioning of it. Let me give you a quick example, if I could, of how I've been engaged in state government and why I'm really not worried about that issue. So I had a client called Scripps Networks, which owns Travel Channel, HGTV, Food Channel. They were bought 5 years ago or so by Discovery, a big media company. And at that time, Scripps, which was founded in Knoxville, had about 1,100 employees in Knoxville. And the new CEO, the CEO of Discovery, was coming into Knoxville to meet with the leaders of Scripps. I viewed this as a unique opportunity, and I called Governor Haslam, and I said, look, David Zaslav, head of Discovery, is coming into Knoxville to meet with the leadership. We need to get you over here. You need to pitch to him about keeping the business in Knoxville versus moving it to their Maryland operations. Governor Haslam, to his credit, flew over a couple of days later, met him at the airport. I briefed him on the way to the drive to the Scripps headquarters. We sat down with Zaslav and his team, Governor Haslam, me, Ken Lowe, head of Scripps, and his team. And I watched Governor Haslam make one of the most impressive pitches that I've ever seen. The result was Discovery got rid of their Maryland operations, moved it all to Knoxville, saved 1,100 jobs. That's how I've been engaged in state government. I know the issues, I know the problems, I know who to call, and I get it done. So it's different. I'm not an employee, but I like to think I do know how to make state government work.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you the same question I've asked a number of the other applicants with respect to how you would exercise the discretionary authority of the Attorney General to institute affirmative litigation, whether that's against the federal government or there's affirmative litigation in the consumer protection area, in other areas as well. How would you make those decisions? What sorts of factors would guide you?
Yeah. Well, I asked several of you along the way to give me the formula, and nobody had it. So I'm going to have to come up with my own formula, which is the advice you all gave me. I think you first got to start with the fact, and this applies in private practice or public practice, you've got limited resources, okay? So you have to allocate those resources based on priorities. And that's the first issue. So you need to prioritize what is important to the people of the state of Tennessee. And I think Mr. Dunneman stole my line, but he's right, it was great. You first got to look at what did the elected representatives of the people do? What have they passed that the governor signed into law? That's clearly a priority of what the people want. So that helps you determine what those priorities are. Again, how to maximize the use of your resources to benefit the real clients of the AG office, the state, the people of the state. What has the elected representatives said are the important priorities of the people of the state? I do think you need to be very careful on what could be determined as a political issue. Not that you shouldn't take those on, but they need to be very carefully evaluated because they're very dicey. So I think that's part of the formula too you have to take into account. They get special attention to make sure it matches what are the interests of the state. So it's a formula that you like to develop. And part of what you want to do with that, once you can develop a formula, and again, it's not like a cooking recipe, exactly this amount of this and that. It's just a feel for it. Once you kind of develop that, then you need to communicate that to the stakeholders in the state, the legislature, the governor, and say, here's how I think we need to evaluate these and how I'm going to evaluate these. Obviously, you've asked them to help you develop the formula too. But so they know kind of how you're going to take these things on. And again, it goes back to what I was trying to say in my statements this morning. Communication with those stakeholders and letting them know where things are so you don't surprise them. They know what to expect and they know what they could do or not do or where there might be issues or problems. So my wife is a tremendous cook, and I asked her, how did you make this? She said, well, I just kind of threw some stuff together. She has a feel for what goes together. I don't. But this is kind of the same thing. You kind of develop what you think works, talk to the people that are stakeholders so that they know what's going to happen, and out of that you develop a formula. That's what I hope happens. Call me in a month if I'm there and I'll tell you how it's working.
Yeah, I'm not trying to box you in. I know that a lot can change once you get in the job. But one last question for me, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. General Slattery in particular has been prominent on the national stage among AGs. You received, an award essentially the best attorney general nationwide.
I saw that.
And that's been an area where he has spent quite a bit of time in addition to the many other priorities of the office. How do you view, I guess, the importance of the attorney general's participation on the national stage in, coordinating and cooperating with other attorneys general?
Yeah. First criteria, what is in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee? That's where you start from. Then I'd next go to what I tell my children all the time. You can't have too many friends and you can't have too few enemies. And so you need to look for allies among the other states, among the other attorney generals. You might have the same interest, their state may have the same interests as Tennessee. And you form allies and form relationships on whatever side of this political spectrum it is. I'll take allies from anywhere, as long as it hits that first criteria, what's in the best interest of the state of Tennessee. So again, General Slattery has been impressively active and successful in those relationships, as best I can tell from the outside. And I would hope to continue those where it meets that first criteria, what's best for Tennessee.
Thank you.
Thank you for your application. Appreciate it very much. So you mentioned in response to Justice Campbell's question that you view the overall system as being under stress. Explain that. Tell me what's under stress, what's causing it, and address, please, how the Attorney General can affect that.
We try to break it down a couple of different ways. I would suggest, or I suggest, the state system may be a little bit under stress, starting with the AG's office, and evidenced by last year's effort to maybe change how that selection works. I think there's, from what I read and hear, some concerns in the legislature on the role of the AG, and as with anything in politics, who controls what is important. And so I would want to make sure that I do the kind of job that supports this office, that keeps it constitutionally grounded in what the state constitution says when it established the office. And I think there's some work to do there, it looks like. Again, I hope the communication and the collaboration will address that. Obviously, on the federal level, there's some significant issues, as evidenced by what's happened. That's not in my jurisdiction to fix. But I think as a general rule, and partly goes back to the very first question asked, why do I want to do this? I'm concerned, as a lawyer, a student of history and government for many years, I'm concerned with where our country is and the faith that people have in our system of government. I think there's a lack of faith, less faith, and that's because government at times has not been performing the way it should, not performing as well as the people are, or in my area, business performs based on market-driven situations. And I think people are losing faith in the system, that it's not fair, it's not equal opportunity. And so is my hope, if I'm Attorney General, to help restore that faith, to run the office. I'm an institutionalist. I think our institutions work, and you've got to make them function where people believe in them. And I'm hopeful, with humility, that I can help make that a better situation where people have faith in their government, particularly in the rule of law, which is the basic foundational principle that has to exist if our democracy is to survive. So that's kind of why I think we're in a little trouble, and why I think I can maybe work towards a solution with the help of a whole lot of other people. It's not just me.
Thank you. So most of your experience has been in the civil arena. What do you see as priorities for the Attorney General in the criminal arena?
Obviously, the Attorney General's office has a criminal piece in the appellate level, a very important piece. Again, I'd go back to the idea of trust in our system and our government. We've got to develop a criminal justice system that people have faith in, that they view as fair and equal opportunity. So I think within that jurisdictional limitation, if this office performs as well as it can and works towards fulfilling those broad goals, that would be our role in making the criminal justice system work and work well.
Great. Thank you.
Mrs. Lee.
Thank you for your application and for going through this process. In reviewing your application, plus just my knowledge of you from both of us living in the Knoxville area, I know you've had 38 years of very successful law practice, leading a large law firm, while also being very involved in the community and giving back through your work, through leadership positions with the United Way, with the Episcopal School of Knoxville, Web School, the East Tennessee Historical Society. All those are areas that I also have an interest in. With that background, how do you see that this position as Attorney General fits in with your career path? Will this be a stepping stone to you for a higher office? And when I ask that question, I'll preface it by saying, I hope it will not be. That is one thing that we have discussed with previous applicants in previous years, is that we want this position to be, we don't want AG to mean almost governor, as it is in other states. So I guess I'm hinting at the answer that I want to hear, but I don't mean to. But how do you see that this fits within your career path?
I'm getting pretty old. Okay, let's start with that.
You're younger than I am, so be really careful with that answer.
And if I went on to another position, that I would do it as a single man, I might add, based on my wife's desires. No, I mean, it's a good question. I have spent a lot of years in the private practice, which I've loved. Not every day, but on the whole, like anything, it's been a very rewarding experience. I have great clients. I have great lawyers I work with. The biggest disappointment, if somehow lightning strikes and I get this job, is I'm leaving some great people that I work with and I recruited and trained behind as my friends and law firm partners. But again, why would somebody like me want to do this? This is a unique opportunity, and like I was just trying to explain, hopefully it came across, in a unique time, and it's something I think I can do to help the situation. I think all the skills that I may have developed through those years of work on things, this is something I think I really could do well and help the situation. I plan to do it, and then I'm probably do what I think General Slater's going to do. I don't know for a fact, is call it a good life and then let some of the younger folks take it over and build on what I did. I mean, what I want to do is build on what General Slater has done. I think he's done a fabulous job. Perfect? No. Are any of us perfect? No. But he's done a really good job for someone who primarily was a private lawyer until 2010, I might add. Exact same work I do.
Yeah, that career path was very similar, am I?
It's more similar than you realize. We've gone to the same schools from elementary school through the law school. We had the same practice. I mean, he's bit older than I am. We were on the opposite sides of the table. And he's done a great job. And he, in my view, he has modernized and taken the best out of private practice and brought it into public practice. And I know those kind of things. I recognize them. Great recruiting, great retention, metrics, use of technology, all the kind of things we're doing in private practice. You have to, or you get washed away. And he's bringing those here. So I want to improve on those. If I can do that, if I can enhance the great foundation he's laid, I'm going to call it a good career. I am not going to be governor. I'm not going to be Supreme Court justice. I'm not going to be dog catcher. I hope to be professional fishing guide. That's what I'd probably like to do, but anyway.
An earlier question asked you about, you've not been a state employee before. And I was thinking in your answer that I guess the first state check that Governor Lee drew was as governor, and the same for Governor Haslam and Governor Bredesen?
And Alexander.
And Alexander.
Now, I'm not saying I'm the next in line.
Right, no, no.
The commonality is that, yes, they all did not have state government employment experience.
So is it a plus or a minus that you don't have state government experience?
Obviously, I think it's a plus. Now, I also know
Well, that you've not drawn a state check. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
Because you've discussed, I think, your experience within maybe involving state government, but as far as being an actual government employee, is that a plus or a minus?
Yeah, I think it's a plus. I mean, on one hand, I've got some listening and learning to do. I mean, many of my fellow applicants have got some great experiences in government, and I congratulate them for that. The key, if I were in your shoes, what I'm looking for, I want to find somebody that is intelligent enough to know what he doesn't know, she doesn't know, and know how to learn it. So I'm going to do a lot of listening to learn more. I do think I know a good bit about state government, but always can learn. And then the benefit, I think, of someone like me coming in is maybe the fresh ideas, the different way of doing things that I know work in private practice. Because as I say, if we don't evolve and change, we get wiped out. Not that here, but you know what I mean. So I'd like to think there are some new ideas and fresh ideas that I have been able to learn in my situation that I could bring to this job. So I like where I'm coming from. I think it's a benefit to this office if I was able to do that.
You mentioned in your application your interest in expungements and helping defendants who have been convicted of criminal offenses expunge their records. And that sounds like an unusual pro bono activity. How are you involved in that as a leader in one of the largest law firms in the state, working with convicted offenders clear their records?
A couple of years ago, during the middle of COVID, and when we had so many crises with the George Floyd situation and whatever, our firm took a day of reflection, I guess, to just consider what we could be doing to help the situation. Not saying, oh, you need to do this or that, but just think about it, focus on it, because we're always focused on our clients and business and whatever. And we said, we're going to set aside a day. Everybody take time to focus, read something, do. So that day, again, I have been involved in politics, been involved in elections, know a little bit about election law, and I got intrigued talking with some of the other members of my firm with the idea of restoring voting rights for felons, people convicted of felony. and started researching it and found the state law that's set up to do that. And I thought, well, I honestly believe the solution to any of our problems in this country are the elections. People need to get involved in elections and vote for who they're going to vote, and that's how you change things. You don't change it, frankly, through the courts. It's through getting involved in the precinct level, okay, which is where I've been, so I'm biased. But anyway, so I started looking into that, and I realized for the type of person that has been through that experience, a felon, they don't have the law training I do, and it's kind of hard to navigate it. And that's what I do, is navigate government and regulations. So I figured out the process, which wasn't hard for me as a lawyer, and it actually is not a really complicated process. The state law is really done very well.
Sorry.
And so I did that, set up the system, and this was summer of 2020, so we had a big election coming up in the fall. And just started kind of getting my name out if you need help with looking at getting your voting rights restored. And so I was able, over that time particularly, to help about a dozen folks get that, because it's not a really hard process if you fit all the criteria. The criteria are statutory. And so, it was, this is a long answer too, it was something I felt I knew how to do. I knew election law. I knew how to navigate the bureaucratic things you got to navigate. It was something very important to me. I believe elections, as I just said, are the solution to our problems. And I got to tell you, to hear someone tell me, yeah, I just voted my first election in 25 years, that's pretty fun to do. So it was fun. And I've continued. I need to get it geared back up because we got more big elections coming.
And I believe you wrote the article you wrote for the Tennessee Bar Journal. Did that come out of that experience? And
yeah, well,
through there, because I've always been a little confused about the expungement process, and I read the article. I saved the article, and I was glad to see it got the Joe Henry Award for standing writing by the TBA. But I thought that helped probably get the message out to a lot of lawyers who might not have been familiar with the system. Yeah, it goes back to Justice Campbell's question. I'm not a litigator. I wanted to tell people in this article, I'm a corporate lawyer. I do mergers and acquisitions. Even I can do this. You know, it's not that hard. And so I try to wrote a step-by-step process of doing it, with the goal being someone like me who wouldn't do that normally can do it. And several people read it and called and said, yeah, I'm going to do this. So I hope it was, I mean, that's the reason I wrote it. I was hoping to encourage others to get into it, that it's not, you don't have to be a trial lawyer to do this. You don't have to be a whatever. You can be a mergers and acquisitions corporate lawyer and still help people out. Thank you for your answers.
Okay. You obviously, Mr. Schmidt, have been heavily involved in hiring of lawyers and running law offices and things of that nature. As I've discussed with some of the other applicants, there are a lot of HR responsibilities that come with being the state attorney general. Can you tell us a little bit about how you would go about the hiring, training, retention, and firing processes if you are named the attorney general, and perhaps specifically with regard to how do you deal with the generational differences in lawyers?
Well, I'm old and most people who work for me are young. I have firsthand experience. Number one, I'd go make sure we got some good HR lawyers in the Attorney General's office to help advise me. Okay. But yeah, I've in my management role in the private practice, I would say the most important thing I do is to hire, identify and hire lawyers, and now in this day and time, retain them. I like to tell a story. I tell my lawyers who I know are getting calls from other law firms daily, I want that to happen, because I want you to be so good that everybody else wants you to work for them. My job is to retain you. So I spend a whole lot more time retaining, or as much time now retaining as I do in recruiting. But any institution, private or public, depends on that reseeding of the crop, so to speak, to bringing in good young lawyers to grow. Because if you don't, I mean, it's like a college football recruiting class. I mean, if you don't keep doing it every year, you're going to have one year when your seniors are not any good, or not many of them. So you've got to continue to do that. And it's a huge part of my job. It will be a huge part of my job if I'm able to become the AG for the same reasons. You've got to build the institution. The institution is only as good as the people in it. I know that for a fact based on my prior private experience. I will also say, and I know other applicants have responded, part of that job is figuring who doesn't fit into that and working that out. It's the old who needs to be on the bus and who needs to be off the bus. And part of my job is figuring out who needs to be off the bus, because the folks that don't fit into the plan, to the goal, the mission of the office, they're going to hold back those that really are there doing that. And that's a tough job, because you have to make some tough calls, and I've had to do that in private practice, and it's a necessary and important part of the job. So I know that. So I agree with the question. It's going to be a very important role of what I do. Like I say, the first 90 days is talking to folks and seeing who's there, who's not there, where the holes are, and how do we start filling them. And then the AG is such a unique place. Go out and recruit those young lawyers, as you mentioned, who want to immediately get into trial work, who want to do cutting edge issues. Unfortunately, and this is an area where I'm going to try to do a lot of work, get better pay, but they're not going to get paid as much going to private practice. But find those folks who are looking for those first two things, because it's a great experience, it's a great opportunity, and I've got to go sell that to them. Working with young lawyers is a challenge, but I'm sure that's what somebody said about me one time. But you've got to understand what they're trying to accomplish, make sure their mission aligns with the mission of the firm, the office of the AG, and then you can really grow and develop. I've seen it happen. Like I say, one of the biggest disappointments if I get this job would be I've got these great young lawyers that I've been training and moving along, but they're ready to take over. That's what you want to see, is that they're ready to take responsibility.
You have a very thorough application. We've been asked a lot of questions, but I do have one other question I have to ask you. I am very intrigued by what you're mentioning being an assistant DA in a pro bono way. You got to tell us about that, how that works. What was that about?
You're familiar with the term midlife crisis? No, it was really fun. I did it for about 4 years. I wasn't a midlife crisis in looking back on it. A lot of things were going on in my life at that time, and this was 2000, thereabouts. And I told people, my job, I make rich people richer. And so I had this sense of, well, what the heck am I doing with my life? Am I going to do that for another 20 years or whatever? And so I thought, well, how can I do something important? Within the framework, I was a private attorney. I went to church with the district attorney, Knox County district attorney. By the way, was a Democrat, which was interesting.
General Nichols at the time. Yeah.
General Nichols. Great guy. But I knew him as a church member, not as district attorney. Anyway, I walked up to him and said, I'd really like to do something helpful. I know a lot about financial stuff. What if I came to work for you on white-collar crime stuff for free? When I could, when I could fit it in. He said, for free? And I said, yeah. He said, come on Monday. You know, so he swore me in as, was an assistant district attorney, Knox County assistant district attorney. And I did that for about 4 years. And just when it's kind of like a pro bono deal, was pro bono. I'd go to his office and I'd work, and I don't know, it gave me some fun things to do. Although, real quick story, I was working on going after and indicted another lawyer who was stealing money from his clients, or I guess allegedly stealing money. And it's a long story I'm not going to go into, but we got him indicted, but we never carried it through and prosecuted him. He turns around and sues me and everybody who was working on that case, because there was another private attorney who got involved with me. And so it's also on my application. I got sued for that. Now, I got dismissed. But, no good deed goes unpunished. That was it. But anyway, it was fun. I enjoyed it. It was a great learning experience. I mean, it helped me have a challenge. Fun. But you don't want me as your district attorney right now, okay?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll pass it on to Chief Justice Page.
Mr. Schmidt, I've been where you are, standing at the podium looking up, and I think 14 people. So I'm just going to ask you this. Is there anything that you wanted to tell us when you walked up there that you haven't been asked about? If so, you can tell us now.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Was there a question you anticipated being asked that you wanted to tell us something about and you haven't been asked that question?
No, I wanted to remind you all that Lamar Alexander, Bill Haslam, Bill Lee didn't work for the state government, so we covered that.
Well, in recounting your campaigns, it sounded like you lost the first few you helped out with.
The one I lost with Bob Corker the first time around was an annihilation. Good lesson learned for both the candidate and me. He turned out did okay.
Yeah.
No, y'all have been very kind, and thank you for your questions.
All right.
You've heard enough.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Skrmetti, you're next. Justice Kirby will ask you questions first.
Thank you.
You need your co-counsel up here? No.
Your Honor, may I reserve the right to call for backup if it gets too hairy up here?
If you need backup. So we appreciate your applications, very impressive and thorough. I do have some questions, though. I noticed from your background that before you went to law school, you did a lot of work in computer systems and then developed an area of expertise in cyber law and taught it at the University of Memphis Law School. And it seemed that in your stints with the Department of Justice and with the U.S. Attorney's Office, you also developed some expertise in various types of human trafficking. So from it, in those two areas, or others if you prefer, are there changes that you think need to be made from your experience?
I think cyber law is particularly interesting in the context of AG work because technology has moved incredibly fast and the law tends to move slow. And it always takes a while for the law to catch up to where the technology is. And we've seen companies accumulate tremendous amounts of power, not just over money, but over the culture. And the industry's been very consolidated, and there's just not a lot of understanding or oversight of what's going on there. And so I think it's really important that the government officials, and particularly the state AG offices, and some of the consumer protection arms of the federal government get up to speed on this stuff and pay attention, because there's some low-hanging fruit that's been discovered, some of which has been resolved and some of which hasn't, in the way that companies are really taking advantage of either a lack of understanding of technology or a lack of transparency about how it works in ways that are extremely detrimental.
About how algorithms work or other types of things?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, some of the algorithms, there's evidence out there, and there are published articles out there about how certain people in some of the big tech companies, some of the big social media companies were well aware of the specific detrimental effects that their technologies had on consumers, but because they were making a substantial amount of money, they hit the gas on these problematic algorithms and problematic systemic arrangements.
Detrimental effects on teenage girls and that type of thing.
That's specifically one of the more prominent ones, and preteens as well. Juveniles are the most vulnerable, and there are a lot of misrepresentations that have apparently been made over the years with respect to how technology is protecting underage people who can't consent in the same way that adults can to the terms of service. And so I think it's really important that people pay attention to this, that people develop expertise. In fact, there was a great program that NAG did with the Berkman Klein Center at Harvard. That's their internet center. And it was getting AG's offices up to speed on technology, helping them to understand better how technology worked, helping them to understand the fundamentals of modern big tech, search engines, social media, etc. Then once we started suing some of the sponsors of that program, the funding dried up and it's no longer available. But there's a real need out there, and there's a real hunger on the part of the offices, both in Tennessee and elsewhere, to better understand the technological issues. When I was at the Attorney General's office, I was very interested in these issues. Tennessee is a lead state in a number of the cases that have resulted from the initial explorations of these problems. And one of the things that makes me most passionate about applying for this job would be the ability to hold the big tech companies accountable, to get in, to make sure the investigations are done right, to make sure that a strategic approach is employed that would minimize the unnecessary harm. I mean, the idea is not to destroy companies, the idea is not to limit technology, but to make sure that there's transparency, to minimize harm, and to make sure that where there's been deliberate harm done for the sake of profit, that there's accountability.
What does accountability look like in this context?
Well, it could mean monetary penalties. It could mean structural changes to some of the companies, depending on the nature of the harm and whether there are antitrust violations that are driving it, or potential antitrust violations. And not to stray too far afield, I think there's also a parallel movement to engage in substantially more robust antitrust enforcement than there's been in the past. I think as we look at these problems and consider whether there are antitrust solutions, it's important to have principled guardrails, and not just to use it as an inchoate bludgeon, but to say, here are the clearly defined criteria that would determine whether there was in fact an antitrust violation. I think the consumer welfare standard in some form is the appropriate way to do that.
How can the Tennessee Attorney General affect that as opposed to federal actors?
There are some federal actors that are involved here. Traditionally, it's the state attorneys general working in concert that have driven these big cases. It's a strange historical development, but it has been the core of the national attorney general community for some time, is a unified front, a unified bipartisan front looking out for consumer protection and antitrust. And in Tennessee, we have an unusually limited antitrust law, but the federal laws allow for enforcement by the state attorneys general because of the historical role of the state AGs. And so the AGs do play a significant role in developing the federal case law and determining how to bring cases, how to articulate the bases for these cases. So even though it's using federal law and it's an issue that transcends the borders of Tennessee, because this is something that profoundly affects Tennesseans and especially Tennessee children, I think there's a substantial role to be played by the Tennessee Attorney General.
Thank you. In your, much of your career has been in criminal practice, but you did a fair amount in private practice for a period of time. I'd like you to address how that affects your view as Attorney General. In particular, I couldn't help but notice litigation against Hollywood Judge Joe Brown, eviction proceedings that apparently traversed through 7 or 8 courts where he was representing himself in various capacities. So how does that, what did you learn from all of that that affects your view as Attorney General?
For the record, Your Honor, it was a different Joe Brown. When we first got the case, we thought the same thing. The first thing is that federal abstention doctrines are a little bit too broad, and there should be some exception for clearing up cases like that where somebody's whipsawing back and forth between state and federal courts. I started out as a prosecutor, and I worked a lot in criminal law, and I thought it would be a real challenge to move into civil law when I went into private practice, and it was. There was a learning curve, but my favorite classes in law school were advanced civil procedure and complex torts and mass litigation. And so it was kind of fun to branch out and work in a different area of law. Especially in criminal law, you have to play it straight when you're on the prosecutorial side. You can't get creative with the law. You can't do anything to expand the law in interesting directions because there's a huge due process problem there. But on the civil side, there's a lot you can do with dispositive motions, and there's a lot more room to be clever. And so it was kind of fun to do something different and to learn new ways to practice. The people on the other side of that particular case were also extraordinarily clever, and I learned a lot about various procedural rules and just the interactions between different courts, state and federal, the interactions between different state courts, the interactions between different federal courts. I'd never been in bankruptcy court before, so that was a whole new experience. And it was really, it was frustrating at times, but it was a great broad survey of the justice system on the civil side, how the courts interact, and the potential vulnerabilities where people can take advantage of the expectation that actors in the system will be acting in good faith.
So Tennessee has a unique system for selecting the Attorney General, selected by judges. Judges typically are placed in office in a political fashion, but then discharge their duties in a nonpartisan fashion. So in Tennessee, the founders placed the Attorney General's office within the judicial branch, I guess, technically. How does that inform your view of how the Attorney General operates, as opposed to both the executive branch and the legislative branches are partisan political? They're supposed to be that way. How does the unique structure of Tennessee's Constitution affect your views of how the Attorney General discharges his duties?
I think it constrains the ability of the Attorney General to make policy decisions. I think the elected branches should be the primary policy makers for Tennessee. I think the Attorney General is selected by the court to ensure that you get a good ethical attorney who's a good attorney who will represent the state well. But just as the court will interpret and apply laws that are passed in a partisan fashion, but not do so in a partisan manner, I think the Attorney General's job is to further the policy interests of the state as defined by the other branches. I think there are exceptions. I think, for instance, in consumer protection, based on historical practice and the way that the law has developed and the statutory authority, there's a lot of room for discretion on the part of the Attorney General. But with respect to determining what the state's interests are, I think the Attorney General has strategic decisions to make about how to best further those ends, but it's not the Attorney General's job to decide what those ends are.
How does that view inform your framework for discerning? Occasionally, the Attorney General must inform his clients that they have strayed across constitutional lines, perhaps to an extent that the Attorney General cannot defend. How does that affect your framework for decision in how you would arrive at that conclusion and how you deal with it with your clients, that will leave them still feeling that their roles as policymakers are respected?
I think there are two answers that would soften that blow, and I recognize that in certain cases it's going to be extremely unwelcome news, and that there will likely be some challenging conversations and strained relationships. But I think there are two things that can help. The first is having a relationship of trust to begin with, and that takes time. You don't start developing that relationship when the problems start. You have to proactively work. You have to demonstrate your principled assistance, but look for opportunities to help the other branches, and let them know that you are there to serve them, that they're your clients, that you are independent and have an obligation to follow the law and not to bend the law for the sake of a relationship, but at the same time that you're going to do everything you can to help them succeed within the confines of the law. The other thing is to be proactive to the extent that you can. Now, there's a huge volume of legislation that comes through in session. It is really hard to keep up with all of that, and the Attorney General's office has more limited legislative resources than some other parts of government. But to the extent that you're able to, keep track of what's coming, identify potential problems, and throw the flag on them, and reach out very quietly, very respectfully, and say, we understand what you're trying to do here. It's, of course, your prerogative to determine what the state's interests are, but if you do it this way, there's a severe constitutional problem. And, you know, I think with good relationships, hopefully there will be some proactive efforts on the part of lawmakers as well to say, here's what we want to do. There may be constitutional problems. But I'm not so naive as to think that's going to capture the entirety of it. I think there will be things that get through that either nobody notices, nobody thinks about, nobody's aware of. Certainly bills can change at the last minute as well. And if something is just plain unconstitutional, there's an institutional interest in the integrity of the Attorney General's office that can't be overridden by momentary considerations. And so taking the long view, it's just time to have a really hard conversation at that point.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Okay. Mr. Scarametti, you've touched a little bit with Justice Kirby about working nationally and things like that, and we've had a lot of discussions about that. I know that you were fairly heavily involved in the opioid negotiations with regard to the opioid litigation that's been going on nationally. Can you tell us a little more about that, about how the national organizations are structured and work through that, and just how important are those relationships for the Tennessee Attorney General's office?
Yes, sir. So in virtually all of the big consumer litigation, each Attorney General's office around the country has relatively limited resources. I don't remember the exact number. I think we have somewhere around 17 consumer protection lawyers here. I may be off by a little bit, but it's something in that neighborhood. Other offices have a little more. Some of the big offices, New York, for instance, has a pretty robust group. But typically the defendants in the big national cases are Fortune 100 companies or other similarly sized companies with immense resources. And so to maintain some sort of symmetry of resources there, the Attorney General's offices have to work together. The alternative would be bringing in outside private counsel, but that tends to cost the state quite a bit. And so in Tennessee, our practice for a long time has been to do most of those cases by ourselves to ensure that more money comes back to Tennesseans. The cooperation is really important, though, because of the scale of the defendants, because everybody across the states tends to have a similar interest. If a company is doing something that violates the consumer protection laws of one state and affecting that state's citizens, odds are, if it's a big national company, it's going to be doing the same thing throughout the country. The framework for the multi-states has traditionally come through the National Association of Attorneys General. General Slattery was the consumer protection and antitrust chair for some time for NAG, or co-chair. There's always bipartisan chairs of each committee. And it's been the structure that brings together the different attorneys general, trains up people in different offices, and creates kind of space for the conversation where the attorneys general can come together and determine who's going to take the lead, who's going to serve on the executive committee. And typically there's a resource component. If you're the lead state, you're expected to contribute more resources. If you're on the executive committee, you're expected to make a significant contribution in terms of lawyer time. And then if you're just a participating state, to the extent you can, there are expectations about attorney commitment and then everybody has to pay to help fund the litigation. There have been some alternative architectures for putting together multi-states, but I think NAG is still largely at the heart of it. Now, there have been problems with NAG lately. There's been some pushback about litigation funding. There have been some concerns about partisanship. And all of that started right about the time I switched jobs and started working for the governor. So it's a recent development. It is my fervent hope that those problems can be resolved and that NAG can be put back on track in a way that can bring everybody back together. I think it's important for the state AGs to have a unifying forum where they can come together. And there's a separate organization that's also been quite effective at bringing people together and fostering those conversations. But I think NAG historically has been a fairly neutral place where there's an opportunity for conversations to happen, but there's also some distance in terms of funding from the folks who are potential defendants. And I think it's really important that the AGs be conscientious that in the course of finding opportunities to get together, they're not creating too many opportunities to be lobbied or to be lobbied by people who are specifically providing the benefits that they're getting.
You also touched on this with Justice Kirby a little bit about the instances in which you may have to tell someone, a client, news they don't want to hear. A little variation of that I would throw out to you is in the position of Attorney General, you're going to have to say no on a fairly frequent basis. How would you rate yourself on your ability to say no to people at this point?
I do it. I have to do it for work. I've had to do it for work and other jobs. I think there's room for improvement there. I think that's an area where I could definitely get better. I think the more opportunities I have to practice saying no, the better I've gotten. And I know for a fact that when I'm in the Attorney General's position, that's going to be a significant part of the job. And there's just no alternative to it. There are too many demands. There are too limited resources. The law provides certain restrictions that just can't be violated. And so even if it's something that I would prefer not to do, if I want to be helpful, if I can't be helpful, I can't be helpful. The answer has to be no. And the way to do it is just with absolute transparency. And again, I think building relationships such that people understand you're not doing this maliciously, you're not doing it because you don't want to help them or because you're actively trying to hurt them. It's just that there are institutional constraints. And that doesn't smooth everything over, but hopefully it provides a basis to heal those wounds and get everybody moving in the same direction again.
With your experience in the Attorney General's office in the past, it sounds like obviously you were very hands-on in doing the legal work and things of that nature. How do you see your role differing as the number one person as opposed to where you were before?
Just by point of clarity, the consumer protection work was the only area where I really was doing any sort of hands-on legal work. There's a very little bit of editing here and there, but by and large it was a managerial function, making sure people were assigned in the appropriate places and working on resource allocation and career development. I recognize that the Attorney General is not in a position to do some of the things the Chief Deputy can, that the Chief Deputy is there in part to be an extension of the Attorney General for things like sitting in a conference room negotiating the details of a large settlement where the AG is not going to be able to sit there for 4 days in a row working through a couple deal points and banging heads with other people. That the AG's role in that kind of case is to come in at the very highest level conversations, but also just to make sure there's accountability through the process, that the AG's perspective is injected early on, that the people who are working the case check in. And I think the biggest job of the Attorney General is to get good people in the right places and then make sure they continue to do what they're supposed to do. Give them opportunities to develop, give them opportunities to learn, but also give a lot of feedback so that they understand what the Attorney General wants. And if they're not doing it, they understand what they need to do differently.
There has been some discussion about what is the best use of the office's issuing of Attorney General opinions. what are your thoughts on the volume, the approach? How would you handle looking at the issue of what opinions ought or ought not to be issued?
So I know in the past there was a very high volume of opinions issued, and the pendulum has swung, and now Tennessee is actually pretty consistent with what other states do right now. Most state attorney generals don't put out but a single-digit or very low double-digit number of opinions each year. I think there's room for some additional clarity. I think there's a hunger from the other branches for more legal clarity. And I don't think there needs to be a huge change to what's done now, but I think it's worth thinking about whether there may be a few more opportunities where an attorney general's opinion could be helpful and could make the state function better by providing some upfront legal advice in a formal manner.
Well, thank you for your thorough application and your time here today, Mr. Scrimeti. I'll pass it along to.
Thank you, Mr. Scrimeti, for your application and for being here today. You've had a lot of important, challenging positions in state government. The chief deputy position, counsel to the governor now, and your role in the U.S. Attorney's Office. I guess unlike some of the other applicants here, you have never been the number one in an office. So the buck has not stopped with you in any of those roles. How important do you think that is? Do you feel like you have the experience that it takes to be able to move into that role pretty seamlessly?
I do think I have that experience. It's a different perspective when the buck stops with you. You have to take everything a little more seriously because there's not a check there to stop you from doing something that you might regret down the road. But at the same time, having good judgment comes from having experience. It comes from having different perspectives. It comes from listening to different voices. And I have had a pretty intense education in a number of different areas of the law. I've been able to work with a number of very talented mentors and learn from them and understand their thinking. And so, while I've never been in a position to make the final call, I'm equipped with the perspective and with the judgment to do that, to step into that role. And I don't think there's any better preparation for being the Attorney General than being the Chief Deputy. It's not exactly the same position, but you see almost all the same things and you have to think through almost all the same issues. And you're prepared to understand what the impact of those decisions are.
Thank you. So the Attorney General is charged with reviewing the legality and constitutionality of administrative rules that are promulgated by executive branch agencies. I know you had some experience with that in your time as Chief Deputy. Do you think that there is room for improvement in that role? Is there anything that you might do differently as Attorney General in carrying out that responsibility?
Just to clarify, in the flow that happened with rules in the office when I was there, the Chief Deputy didn't have any formal role. So there were a few occasions where General Slattery was out and I would step in and cover that, but I didn't have the same kind of involvement that I have now at the governor's office, where I do review the rules as they come through. I don't think it should be a rubber stamp. I know in some states they have a function similar to ELIRA, where there is a robust vetting of rules to make sure that legality is not just a quick glance. I don't think the Attorney General's office should be an obstacle, but I think if there are legal problems, they should be squarely addressed early on. They should never slip through. And so there may be room for a more robust review process, but it should be done in a way that's for the benefit of the client and for the benefit of Tennesseans, to ensure there's clarity and consistency in the rules, and that there's no question as to who's going to be bound by them and how they will be bound.
Thank you. And some of your answers to the other questions today, and it's become clear you're really passionate about big tech litigation issues surrounding that. Are there other areas that, based on your time in the AG's office so far and just your interest, that would be a priority to you if you were selected?
So there are a lot of different areas that the AG's office covers where there's room for some additional coverage. I don't think it's realistic to jump in and do all those things. So there are a variety of things I'd be interested in, but I don't want to get out over my skis. I think it's important to look at what the resources are and do a little bit deeper dive into what the possibilities are before saying here's another area where I think there should be more commitment. I do think, and I expect I'll get some more questions along these lines, I do think to the extent that there's affirmative litigation against the federal government, it makes sense to compartmentalize that and not have people pulled out of the divisions to work on those issues, because I recognize we're looking at a lot of civil servants. It's hard to recruit and retain people for the AG's office, and people go there specifically because they're able to be good public servants and it's not a political job. And while I don't think that it's a partisan move to attempt to enforce the state's interests in affirmative litigation against the federal government, I think it's a part of the dynamic tension of separation of powers that keeps our system going and keeps everybody free. I recognize a lot of people don't want to be involved in those cases, particularly if they're deeply committed on the other side of the ideological spectrum. So I do think there's room to create a separate unit to look at that affirmative litigation. I don't think that would be changing the nature of what the office is already doing, but I think it's a way to cabin it a little bit more. The Solicitor General's office handles a lot of the legal issues, but in some of those cases, there's still a lot of trial work to be done as well.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Go ahead.
Scrimetti, thank you for your application. You're a relatively recent newcomer to Tennessee, having moved here 11 years ago. Tell us where you spent where you grew up, where you spent your formative years, and how does that affect who you are today?
I grew up in Mystic, Connecticut, which is a little town on the southeastern coast of Connecticut. My dad's from Biloxi. He joined the Navy after high school, and he moved up. There's a submarine base there. He ended up becoming a reactor guy, and he bounced around a little and settled down in the Mystic area. My mom was a public school teacher. There were jobs there, so she came down from Massachusetts, and she was with my local school system for the entirety of her career. It's where I got educated, and I have one little sister, 8 years younger than me, who, like everyone, is moving to Nashville in the near future. She should be down here in September, and I'm really excited about that. I grew up in a small town. It was about 5,000 people. It was part of a slightly larger town of 40,000. We were about 2 hours from New York, about 2 hours from Boston. And having moved down here, I realized that's not a long drive. When I grew up, it seemed like that was forever away. It was a big deal to take one of those big trips. And
now it's cross town, going across Nashville. Right?
When I lived in Shelby County, I would think sometimes, like, my goodness, I'd be in New Jersey by now if I was driving up to the Northeast. It was a good place to grow up, and when I came out of law school, I really wanted to go into public service, and in my hometown, it was a little bit further away from the cities, and there weren't as many opportunities, and so I was glad I could go down to DOJ. But we grew up in a little New England town. There were churches all over. There was a lot of history. Where I grew up, they have this museum, the Mystic Seaport, which is one of the leading maritime museums. So if you want to know anything about whaling ships or how to build wooden ships, it's the place to go. And, my experience of Tennessee was driving through it on the way to visit my grandparents and my aunts and uncles down in Mississippi when I was a kid. And then when I joined the Department of Justice, they didn't have enough senior lawyers in the Civil Rights Division to mentor the young prosecutors. And so there's a guy named Steve Parker in Memphis, and they sent me down to learn from Steve. And I came down, and we had this case with police officers who were ripping off drug dealers and reselling the drugs. And it was like a movie, and I was a baby prosecutor who just got thrown into the middle of something incredibly interesting and really disturbing too. The police robberies were nuts, and it took a lot of investigating. We ended up getting quite a few collateral cases involving other law enforcement officers who've been engaging in corruption. And then while I was working on that, there was a child sex trafficking case that came up where ICE had been working with the Memphis police, and they thought they were going into a drug den, and they realized it was a brothel, and it turned into a pretty broad investigation, one of the relatively early ones. And all the folks who worked on it, me and Steve and our 2 lead agents, ended up doing trainings all over the world about that case because it was one of the relatively early international sex trafficking cases. And then while I was working on that, there was a mosque burning by the Aryan Alliance in Colombia, and the folks back in DC said, well, you're already in Tennessee all the time. Why don't you go over to Middle Tennessee and get to know some of the people there? And so I worked that case, got to know the ATF folks pretty well. And then there were some folks in Jackson that were planning on assassinating Barack Obama. And since I already knew the ATF guys, they said, Jonathan, come down and help with this one. And so I was in Tennessee constantly as a young lawyer. Probably 85+% of my docket was here. And even though—
It's like Tennessee was a never-ending opportunity for civil rights violations.
It's a wonderful place to live. And, you know, I was back and forth quite a bit, spent a ton of time at hotels in Memphis, spent a good bit of time at Union Station here, and just fell in love with Tennessee. And it took a little while for it to dawn on me that, hey, this is an incredible place to live. But I moved down. One of the prosecutors I had worked with found out I was moving down and said, hey, there's a girl at my church you have to meet. And so I moved. I needed all the help I could get. I moved down, and she introduced me to my wife, and we got married, and Yep, that's right. That's right. We had Sam, and
I got to say, Sam may be like the best behaved child I've seen in a long time. Maybe one of the best behaved people in this whole courtroom. So congratulations to you and Sam and your wife.
He's expressed an interest in prosecution growing up, so I think he's trying to internalize the appropriate way to behave in a courtroom. You're getting earlier experience at this than I ever did. But no, I've been incredibly blessed by this state, and I know I haven't been here that long, although in my neighborhood, I'm one of the old timers at this point down in Franklin. But, you know, there have just been so many opportunities. I had no idea I'd ever move to Nashville, never really thought about state government until General Slattery had a headhunter looking for a new chief deputy. And I'd been getting a lot of headhunter calls and stiff-arming them. I like the people I worked with at the firm. But that was a doozy to say, we want you to come here and manage a big chunk of the Attorney General's office. And we had some fairly quick conversations. I came out and interviewed with General Slattery and Jay Dickerson. We talked a lot about cyber law at that interview. And that was just a whirlwind. And there we were getting ready to move to Nashville. So I've had a great deal of Tennessee experience in a relatively short time. But I'm incredibly grateful for everything this state has done for me and my family.
What challenges does the next attorney, or do you think the next Attorney General will face, and how will you deal with those challenges?
The number one challenge is going to be recruitment and retention. We live in a really hot legal market. Even as the economy around the country is starting to slow down, if you look at the indications here, it's still pretty hot. I've heard rumblings that we're going to get more national law firms moving in. And then you've got a number of companies moving here, and there'll probably be associated legal opportunities too. So making sure that you can get people into the AG's office it's always a challenge. And there's been a lot of turnover lately. I would guess ballpark probably 40% of the attorneys have turned over. Maybe that's a little high, but that's my guess since the time I started as chief deputy, so about 4 years ago. Everybody who's there wants to be there. They could make so much more money elsewhere. And with inflation hitting so hard and with so many lucrative opportunities coming, the value proposition is getting tougher and tougher. So I know I haven't gotten the first 90 days question yet, and I don't know if anyone's going to ask it, but day one, the priority is to take a look at the budget. There's an F&A budget hearing on September 6th. And I will do everything I can to shake the bushes and try to get more resources available, not to expand the office, but just to make sure that we can keep people there. At the end of the day, The legislature is passing a lot of laws that are immediately litigated. That seems to be the trend nationally, no matter which side you're on. And if we want our laws to remain in effect, we need to have good lawyers in a position to defend them. So I think recruitment and retention is absolutely the #1 priority.
When you figure out how to get more money for your lawyers, will you let us know? Because we'd like to have more money for lawyers in the judicial branch as well. So I hope you can solve that puzzle. You are the youngest applicant in the pool, so I'm pretty certain if you're appointed, this will not be your last job. Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
So there's a couple options, and given what's happened to my career so far, I don't want to speculate too much because it always seems to take weird turns. I've always been interested in academia, and I know there are a number of former attorneys general. Jim Tierney from Maine is kind of the dean of the AG academic world, and he's taught AG classes at Harvard and Columbia, and he's trying to recruit people to teach those classes elsewhere, and so I get his emails. He's very enthusiastic about it. But there's a dearth of understanding in a lot of law schools about how state law works, about state constitutions, about state AG offices. And I think it would be really neat to follow up a career as the state attorney general by helping to make sure there's a flow of good people going into the AG's offices around the country, educating them, having a little bit of time to reflect and write about what the challenges are. Another option, and I mean it's obvious from the face of my application, I've been very interested in being a judge. I think it's a great way to dedicate your career to public service, and I feel like it's an opportunity to just lock yourself into giving back and to being a good contributor to our democracy. And so that's potentially a possibility, but of course I've tried that before. It hasn't worked, and so I'm certainly not having any expectations there. But it's certainly something that I would hope might be a possibility. And then the third option is I have 4 children. College is really expensive, and there's a lot of demand for former attorneys general out there. So I certainly wouldn't say that's not an option either. If I had to pick right now, I'd probably say the academic route. I think there's a lot of good that can be done there, and I think it's interesting. You can always pick what the most interesting problems are to jump into and work through. And again, I've written several interesting articles that have been cited more than I thought they would and had some effect. And so there's opportunity to do that down the road. But I could end up running a chicken farm somewhere. I mean, my career has had so many turns I did not expect that I just really don't want to commit myself to anything.
I'm not going to hold you to any of those, so.
My wife would be happy.
Chicken farms are not very popular in the South.
My wife would be thrilled if we had the chicken farm.
Mr. Thorne might be able to help you with that.
Yeah.
That's all I had. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Scarmetti, for your application. The good thing about going last, I had several questions here, and I've been checking them off as we've gone down, but I will ask you just 2 or 3. What do you see as the Attorney General's office role, if any, in the court's access to justice efforts?
So we had a pro bono coordinator at the AG's office when I was there, and there were some attorneys that engaged in pro bono activity. We had a meeting with one of the local law clinics because they were moving their operations from the Nashville Bar Center a little bit further out, and so we weighed in with them, trying to encourage them to keep something downtown for ease of access for our attorneys who want to engage in pro bono work. I think raising the visibility of access to justice, using our platform on social media to promote various access to justice efforts and making sure that attorneys in the office were educated on those opportunities would be important. I don't know that there's any sort of legal support that could be given, and there are some tricky ethical issues because sometimes the state may end up involved in a case in ways you can't anticipate. And so I know our ethics committee at the AG's office provided some guidance with respect to what the limits should be and what the red flags were. I don't think the office should lean too far into it, but I think it's incredibly important And certainly increasing the visibility of access to justice is important. The other thing is just making sure that when there are attorneys on the other side of cases that are there doing access to justice work, that we recognize that. It's like when you're a prosecutor, if there's a court-appointed defender, you don't want to make their lives too miserable because we need them. We need them. They're doing important work for the justice system. And even if they're wrong about things, and even if they're pushing pretty hard, I mean, that's their job, and you just need to acknowledge that we have a system that pits one side against the other. But that doesn't mean that the folks on the government side should take it personally or make life difficult for the people on the other side.
If you're selected as our next Attorney General, I think you'll have a good relationship with the executive branch. At least I think you will. What are your ideas about developing and maintaining good relationships with the other two branches of government?
So, first, with respect to the legislative branch, I think maintaining good relationship with the speakers is critical. I think maintaining good relationships with the leaders is critical. I think maintaining good relationships with the conference chairs, with the speakers pro tem, with the judiciary chairs, with the finance chairs, all of that is just baseline important. And that means reaching out to them when you don't need anything. It means keeping them abreast of developments that may be relevant to them. I would like to go out, if I'm the Attorney General, and talk at schools about just fundamental civics issues. And I think that's something that could be done fruitfully in concert with legislators, just to give students a better understanding of how civics works in practice in Tennessee. But I also think there's an important role, obviously the legislature is 132 people, reaching out to other legislators, just making it clear that the door is open, that we will be able to help them in certain circumstances with legal advice, and making sure they understand what the Attorney General's office does. I think General Slattery's worked on this, worked on outreach efforts. There's a foundation to build on there, but there's an opportunity to go further and just have lunch with people, have senior staff develop relationships with different legislators, as much from an educational perspective as from a political perspective. That's nonpartisan, but obviously there are times the Attorney General needs things from the legislature, just like there are times when the legislature needs things from the Attorney General. But separate and apart from kind of the transactional nature of that, I think there's room for relationships and better understanding. And because we have a non-elected Attorney General, and because we have relatively few attorneys in the General Assembly, I think there's a lot of room for just talking to people and giving them a better understanding of what happens down in the John Sevier building.
Okay. Does anyone have any other questions? No? All right, we're going to take a short break, probably about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
All rise.
Thank you all. You may be seated. Mr. Young, you're up. It's your turn to come forward.
Anticipating you, Mr. Chief Justice.
It's the advantage of having the name at the end of the alphabet.
I'm sorry, I didn't
The
hear you.
advantage of having a name that's at the end of the alphabet.
There's
Well-
something reverse alphabetical.
Thank you for sitting here all day. Some people would think that is an advantage to listen to all the other examinations and answers, but having gone 9th out of 10 when I applied for the Supreme Court, I know that it's not, because you're trying to say something different that may or may not be a good idea. But let me just start by asking you, I think it's fair to say that you probably have more experience as a lawyer than anyone else here. And what is it about that experience and any other attribute you want to tell us about that makes you the person for this job? And why do you want to do it at this point in your career?
I'll take the second part first.
Okay.
Chief Justice Page. To me, this is the best job in the state of Tennessee. It's a job I've always aspired to. I spent more than a third of my career in this office, or working with wonderful attorneys, including you, Justice Campbell, and others. I can't think of a better way to end my career than as Tennessee Attorney General. And as I emphasized in my introduction, I think my experience in the office and elsewhere in state government, plus my experience working with the largest insurer in the state of Tennessee and the hospital associations, put me in a very good position to perform this job well.
And what unique abilities do you have that sets you apart from the other applicants?
I'm sorry.
What unique abilities do you have that sets you apart from the other applicants?
Well, again, without repeating, I think the experience in the office, knowing what folks there will be going through, I can hit the floor running from day one because I know what that office deals with. But also the relationships that I've made throughout state government over a 30-plus year career, particularly in our Tennessee General Assembly. I know both speakers. I've worked with them. I know our legislative leadership, not just in the Republican Party, but in the Democratic Party. And I intend to, once I get there, is to set up meetings and set up liaison relationships between each and every one of those. In the Senate, Speaker McNally, Jack Johnson, Bo Watson, whoever is chair of Judicial Committee now, Senator Bell is stepping down, and make sure that they know who in our office to contact if they have questions, because I want to avoid this problem of surprises. If they need to communicate with us, I want to know who they can call, so that we can get those communications going. We'll know up front what the issue is, and we can work on that issue. Doing the same thing in the House with House leadership, both majority and minority leadership. Doing the same thing with the executive branch. It's a little easier with the executive branch. I've got our general counsel in the back room. If I were to get it and he stays where he is, Jonathan and I have a great working relationship, as I do with other people in Governor Lee's administration. But it's important, those relationships are important. And I also have relationships in the constitutional offices. It's been a joy to work with Secretary Hargett in my current position. His office provides administrative support for the Bureau of Ethics and Campaign Finance, and I couldn't ask for a better person to work with us to get us that administrative support. So again, I think those relationships that I've built over the last 30 years help me there. I think the management experience at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee helps me. There, I managed over 250 employees. I wasn't just a general counsel. I was responsible for internal audit, provider audit, physical security, information security, corporate governance. So there were a number of areas I was responsible for. I was part of the senior management team that, together with the CEO and the Blue Cross board, set policy for that organization. I think that sort of leadership role at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee will help me when I get into this position. If I get into this position, I should say.
Do you have any ideas about recruiting and retaining good lawyers and good employees in that office?
I certainly do, and I appreciate that question because, as you know, I think the last time I looked, the starting salary for a first-year associate here in Nashville is $170,000. And I want to commend General Slattery. One of the things he and I talked about, first off, was getting those salaries up at the Attorney General's office. And he's done a pretty good job of working with our General Assembly and the Governor's office. Of course, he had a friend in the Governor's office when I was there that helped him out on that. But he's done a good job getting those salaries up, but they're still not anywhere close to $170,000. So what's the message we have to send to obtain and retain good attorneys at the Attorney General's office? And the message I always like to send is look at what some of the alumni from that office have been able to achieve. Look at our Chief Justice. You worked at the Attorney General's office. You're now Chief Justice of the Tennessee Supreme Court. Look at Justice Campbell. She has just gone on the Tennessee Supreme Court because she was willing to come back and give up significant salary and great career opportunities to come work in public service. And it's worked out well for her. I can look to my own experience. I moved from the Attorney General's office to a position in Governor Sundquist's administration that gave me great opportunities to learn health care, become an expert in that area, that ultimately led to me being selected as General Counsel for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, and prior to that, working with our 2 Tennessee hospital associations. It creates a great place to build relationships and to create opportunity going forward. And it's great work and great people to work with. And I think that message that I can give, and I can look out to several of the applicants here, and I can send them to Mike Donovan to talk about public service, or I can send them to Don Cochran to talk about public service. There are some real great aspects of public service that we need to be talking about to attorneys who are coming out of law school and making them aware. We may not have the money, but we've got a great opportunity for public service and great opportunities to work with professionals to really make a positive difference in what we do here in this state.
Are there any significant challenges facing the Attorney General's office right now? And if so, what would you do to correct them or fight them?
Well, I would agree with Jonathan Scrimeti. Retention and recruitment is a huge challenge. I've heard that's a problem over there right now, and we need to work on that. I think there are other areas. I give General Slattery some credit on drawing light to the problems with the opioid issues. Unfortunately, I had a brother who had a nephew who got caught up in that. He's doing great now. But it was a long time walking through that for my brother. And to the extent that there are some responsible out there for the problems we've suffered, they need to pay for that responsibility. I'll tell you one other story, and it happened when I was going to get my fingerprints done at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. I ran into one of the TBI investigators, and he said, "Hey, you're one of the guys that's applying for the State Attorney General's position." I said, "Yes, I am." He said, "Well, day one, I want to come talk to you because I've got some ideas on how to deal with these robo-scam calls that are coming in. Oklahoma has instituted a great program on that. It's working. We need to think about it here in Tennessee." And let me tell you, that's a concern I've had for a long time, particularly when I have my cell phone and 6 or 7 or 8 times a day, I get these spam calls. It's trying to service a student loan I don't have, sell me an extended warranty I don't need, or some other scam opportunity that someone's calling my phone on. We ought to be able to deal with that problem in Tennessee, and I would look forward to working with the TBI and our General Assembly and addressing that problem. That's a very long answer to your question. I'm sure I could embellish on it. There are other things that we could look at working on too, but you can see I'm excited by the opportunity.
What role, if any, do you think the Attorney General's office should play in our access to justice efforts?
As big a role as we can. You know, I served on that, the first commission on that. It's important to me. Pro bono work is important to me. As you note on my application, I've served for over 20 years on the Park Center Board of Directors, and that That entity does great work here in Davidson County. Let me tell you about a couple of things we did at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee when I was there as general counsel. We didn't have a lot of reach out for pro bono from our council. And I went and talked to them about that, and I said, you know, we need to do more as an organization. I mean, here we are, the largest insurer in the state of Tennessee. Our council need to do more. And a couple of things we did. One, our deputy general counsel at the time went to some of the high schools in some economically deprived areas, and we set up a program. It was modeled off what Calvin Anderson gave us, Justice Kirby out of Memphis. Well, we brought these students in and talked to them about what the law was about. And we talked to them about what justice meant. And we talked to them about possible careers in the legal area. And it was a huge success. We brought in a couple of our federal district judges to talk to them. We did this every year. We would take them on a tour of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee. It was great outreach for our company. But also, it was great for them to see these folks who were in these jobs and to understand that they had an opportunity to do those jobs. The other thing we did, working with other folks, again, a number of them out of Memphis, Tennessee, is we created the Corporate Council annual dinner, a fundraising effort by corporations, corporate council throughout Tennessee. And that still exists to this day. I can't believe it. We've raised, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars that are devoted to legal aid throughout the state. I see those as opportunities that might be available for when I go talk to the leadership at the Attorney General's office and talk to them about things we can do in our community here in Nashville, maybe across the state, to enhance our pro bono activities, our legal aid activities, our access to justice activities.
Okay. The only other question I have is, you're the only applicant we have today who has been in the judiciary. You touched on that this morning in your introductory comments, but expand on what you said. How do you feel that will help you in this new role?
How do I feel about
How do you feel that having been a member of the judiciary will help you if you become Attorney General?
Oh, I think it will. Again, my service in the Attorney General's office will help me. I know what those attorneys have been going through, and I told you this 8 years ago. I think it would be important to have someone who interned in the Attorney General's office, who was on the line, who was assistant AG, then senior counsel, that came back in a leadership role, to ultimately assume the position of Attorney General. What it tells those attorneys over there is that, hey, I too can be Tennessee Attorney General, and I can rise from the ranks to that position. So I think that's invaluable to me, to know how that office works and to have been there in various different roles through the years. My other state experience and the relationships I've had there also will help me in that endeavor.
What about the time you spent as Chancellor? How will that help you?
Well, it gets me to see from the other side of the bench how things are done. You know that. You are a circuit court judge. As a lawyer, sometimes we get too enamored with the positions we take. And as a judge, you understand that there are always two sides to a story. And as a lawyer, you need to anticipate what the arguments of the other side are. Because once you understand what those arguments are, you'll be better able to present your case to that judge. And that's one of the things I learned in Chancery Court. And that was a wonderful 2-year experience here in Davidson County. I worked with some wonderful chancellors, and I had a lot of great help from my predecessor on the bench, Chief Justice Page.
Justice Lee, you have questions?
Mr. Young, from your application, it's obvious that you bring a lot to the table. You've got 31 years legal experience as a lawyer, as a judge, working in various roles in state government and in private business. So based on that really broad experience, what will the first, if you're appointed Attorney General, what will the first 60 days look like for you?
That is a great question, and I appreciate your asking it. The very first thing I want to do when I become Attorney General, day one, is I want to go throughout that office and reintroduce myself to not just the leadership of the office, but the attorneys in the office and the staff in the office. They're all important to what we do. And I want to go around that office and meet them one-on-one and let them know that I care about what they do. I want to hear what their thoughts are. I had this conversation with Commissioner Bob Corker when I took the job with him, and I'm going to tell each and every one of them the same thing. I want to hear what you think. I don't want to hear what you think is going to make me feel good. I want to hear what you think. I'm not going to get upset about it. I may not agree with it at the end of the day, but I want you to be honest with me. And I want everyone in the office to understand that's the way we're going to work. Second thing is I'm going to meet with the leadership of that office and find out what's going on. What do I need to deal with, and what can I hand off to the capable attorneys that are there? And when I say the leadership, not just the senior leadership, the chief deputy and the solicitor general, I'm talking about the deputies there, because the deputies are important. They're responsible for running those divisions. At the end of the day, as attorney general, I expect them to run those divisions. We talk about hiring and retention. I'm going to rely on them to hire capable people for them to work with. And I'm going to take their advice on that, because ultimately the buck stops with them in their division. And I want to hear what they've got to say. And then, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to reach out to the folks that we serve. The General Assembly, leadership, and members of the General Assembly regardless. I'd like to go around and meet all of our new members of the General Assembly and let them know that the Attorney General is there for them. If they have a question, here's my cell number, you can call it. And also to meet with the governor's staff, with the 3 constitutional officers, with the DA's conference, an important partner with us. We handle all the criminal appellate appeals. Guy Jones heads up that department. I've known Guy for years. We need to go over there and meet with them. We need to meet with the 9 new DAs who've just been elected. Let them know we're there from them, that we want to hear from them. And that goes down to some of our local officials too, because a lot of what we do affects the locals. And so it's working those relationships, building those relationships, finding out what's going on in the office. That will probably take me a little more than the first 90
I'll have
days.
to give you more than
It's a
60
full,
days.
but it is going to keep whoever gets this job busy, because it's a tough job, as everyone here knows.
So do you see this job as a stepping stone to higher office if you're appointed?
Justice Lee.
I ask other people, so I feel like I have to ask you, Mr. Young.
I appreciate the question, Justice Lee. This is my last job. I intend to retire from this job. I'm not going to promise I'm going to be there 8 years, because 8 years is a long time. I hope to be there 8 years. I really do. But when I was selected for the Davidson County Chancery Bench, I made the mistake, and it was a mistake, of promising that I was going to run for election. Things changed. Things changed badly against my chances of winning that election. In fact, I could have put $500,000 in an election I wouldn't won. So I don't want to make promises to you that I can't keep, but I do intend this to be my last job. My next job after this one is going on vacations with my wife.
She'll be glad to hear that, I think.
She will.
You served with General Cooper and General Slatery.
Yes.
And those 2 offices had really different opinions on, or different views on the number of Attorney General opinions that should be issued.
Yes.
And it decreased under General Slatery. And I don't know the right answer to this, but what do you think is the right balance for issuing Attorney General opinions? Because I'm hearing that is something that people have a concern about. Or an interest.
I'll give you my answer, and I appreciate the question. It's an important question. And it's one of the few areas where General Slatery and I disagreed. I do not think we should limit at the Attorney General's office the number of opinions we issue to the extent that General Slatery's office has. We have the Attorney General's office has statutory obligation to issue opinions. That's unlike other states, number one. Number two, if you actually go to Westlaw and look at what other states do, other states issue opinions. They may not call them opinions like us, but they issue guidance to a lot of their clients, and those clients rely on it. And here in Tennessee, I know for a fact that our local governments, who are stretched in the resource area, really do rely upon those opinions that they get from the AG's office that usually come either through their county attorney or through the General Assembly member that represents the area. So, I mean, there was a balance there. Perhaps we had gone too far, but I think we've swung the pendulum back way too far, and we need to come somewhere in the middle. And I want to make sure that folks who want advice from our office get that advice. When I was Solicitor General, I would also tell General Assembly members, I said, look, you can pick up the phone and call me and we can discuss these matters if you wish. I'm happy to discuss them. Maybe we can give you something informal that will prevent the need for a formal opinion. And a lot of times that worked. So again, having good relationships with the members of the General Assembly, having good communication can maybe solve getting a ton of opinion requests that end up bogging down the system.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Justice Lee.
Mr. Young, I do also thank you for a very thorough application and for all you've done for the state of Tennessee so far. I don't have many questions, but just a couple. We've talked to some extent about the National Attorney General's Association, NAG, and national organizations generally. What are your thoughts on those organizations, and would you plan to continue to be active in those in similar to the way General Slattery has?
Yes, it's very important, and Mr. Scarametti touched on it. It's very important to have allies, particularly in these consumer protection cases where the other side is wearing you out with attorneys and resources. On the other side, the attorney generals do need to come together and share their resources to try to make it an even playing field. I had the same problem when I would litigate tax cases for the Tennessee Attorney General's office. I would be sitting on one side, and then I'd have 5 out-of-state counsels and 1 in-state counsel sitting on the other side. And one of the ways I remedied that, quite honestly, is I would get one of our staff attorneys at the Department of Revenue to work the case with me. It helps to have those resources, and it's important for us to work with our fellow states to follow up on those important issues. So the short answer to your question is yes, absolutely. And actually, when I was with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, I followed the same approach. As you may know, the Blue Cross plans are like franchises, kind of like Wendy's. And it used to be 129 of them, and I think now there are 38. But I made a point of reaching out to the general counsel for those other blue plans on issues where we hit a similar interest, where we work together, particularly in the Southeast, where we hit similar issues, and we would actually meet once a year to discuss those issues. So again, I think that collaboration, gaining those allies is very important in this office.
As also has been discussed, you obviously have had time in the office when General Cooper was the AG and when General Slattery was the AG. Given your time under both of those and your ability to observe things that are going on, would you anticipate any restructuring of the office if you became Attorney General?
Hard to say, Justice Bivens, until I get there. I think it's something you always look at. One of the things I would want to look at early on is, are these divisions now properly staffed? I mean, are their divisions overstaffed? Are the divisions understaffed? I know General Slattery has spent a lot of time looking at that. Maybe no problem there. But the work is constantly changing and evolving, and that's going to change staffing needs. Not just at the office, but perhaps within the budget when we go talk to the governor's office and the General Assembly about budget matters. But I think I would rely on talking to my senior leadership there at the office, the deputies. That's one of the things I'm going to ask them when I meet with them, is do we have the right structure in place? Do we need to change that structure? What ideas do you have? Again, I may not agree, but I'm going to listen to those folks who've been in the trenches and have been there for a while.
We've also had substantial discussions about discretionary affirmative litigation in the office. And what are your thoughts about that, and how would you approach those matters?
Again, I think those are a case-by-case basis, looking at the litigation in particular, looking at what resources you've got. We do have limited resources at the Tennessee Attorney General's office. We can't do everything. But if it's an important issue, one that, and I think one of the other applicants said this, that the people of the state of Tennessee, that their elected representatives feel strongly about, I think we need to pay attention to that. Again, those General Assembly members are elected by the people of this state. They are their voice. And if they come to the Tennessee Attorney General and they think there's a problem that we need to work on, we need to listen to that and see what we can do and work with them collaboratively to get to that point. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. All right, I think that's really all I've got right now. I'll
Thank you,
pass it
Justice
along to,
Bivens.
Justice Kirby.
Thank you for your application, Mr. Young, and I enjoyed working with you when you were director of the AOC.
Feeling is mutual, Justice Kirby.
A substantial portion of the Attorney General's responsibility involves criminal matters.
Yes.
What do you see as areas in the arena of criminal justice that need changes or reforms in Tennessee?
That's a good question, and I would first be talking to my folks in my criminal justice division about what their thoughts are, because they're on the front lines. They see these issues coming up in appeals. They talk to the assistant DAs, the DAs about these issues, so I want to hear what they've got to say. That's number one. Number two, I really do want to hear what our district attorneys have to say about that. They really are in the trenches. They are elected out there. So if they say that we need to think about bail reform, then I'm going to listen to that and hear what they've got to say. I've also met with the lobbyist on several occasions, Bill Nolan, who represents the bail outfits, and I know he will want to weigh in on that too if we start talking about bail reform. But again, I want to listen to them. And the simple answer to your question is to listen to what everybody says, but to remember at the end of the day that the Attorney General's office is not responsible for sponsoring legislation. That's the General Assembly's job. And if we have ideas about legislation that needs to be done, what I would want to do is have quiet conversations with our leadership in the General Assembly about our ideas and see if we can get them on board, because they're the ones that are going to have to sponsor the legislation, ultimately pass it, and of course the same with the governor's office. You need to have them on board. So my idea is that the Attorney General acts as a behind-the-scenes voice in those matters. We listen, we share what we hear with those powers who are responsible for enacting legislation, and hopefully we can work cooperatively to pass legislation that will benefit the people of the state of Tennessee and solve some of the problems that we may find.
From your stints with the Attorney General's office, did you come away from those with any particular ideas in the area of criminal justice about changes that should be considered?
And I might get in hot water in responding to your question with this, because talking about the death penalty always is a difficult conversation. But I strongly feel that we shouldn't have to wait as long as we do in this state to enforce sentences that have been imposed under Tennessee law by Tennessee juries. I think it's a problem. And I understand there are people who, on the other side, who oppose the death penalty, but we've got that law in the books. And to wait 15, 20, 25 years to execute a sentence, it's not fair to the victims. And I heard it from victim advocates when I was Solicitor General. They came and met with me. So it's not fair to our folks, our victims. And so to me, that's one thing we've either got to reform what we're doing with the death penalty over at the General Assembly, or we've got to move faster on the verdicts, because at the end of the day, justice delayed is justice denied. And I know that may get me in hot water with some folks, but again, the laws are on the books. They haven't been declared unconstitutional. This court's upheld them several times. And if they're on the books, they need to be enforced, quite frankly. And if we can't enforce them, we need to think of another way.
Do you have any thoughts about those, with whether those problems are rooted in the state system or the federal system?
Combination of both. Probably, I mean, we've done a lot on the state side to expedite those matters, and so you see them slowing down in the federal appellate process. But then again, I mean, and Mr. Scrimeti understands this, we've had problems dealing with the protocols, the drug protocols in particular. I don't want to get into that because that goes back into to what I know from my days there and maybe talking about pending litigation, but we need to figure out how to do it according to the law. But my concern is that it's just way too long. Either we decide that we need to relook whether we need have a death penalty in this state or we need to execute the law that's on the books.
Do you think that the Attorney General's office has the budgetary resources it needs? And if not, what's the best way to improve that?
My guess is they continue to lack on the budget side. I know when I go out there and I look at what the Attorney General's office attorneys are making and compare it across state government, that there are discrepancies. But there are certainly discrepancies in private practice. And again, if the General Assembly wants us to do more, then we're going to have more resources. But that's a discussion with the General Assembly and with the Governor's office. And quite frankly, it's a discussion that needs to be had behind closed doors and talk to them about what we need and be upfront with them. If we don't get it, this is all we can do. And make sure they understand where we are. Again, frank conversation. And no one gets upset with each other over having a frank conversation.
What would be your framework for determining when an act by the legislative branch, the executive branch, the judicial branch is unconstitutional and you as Attorney General would not be able to defend it? What's your framework for that decision making?
Well, quite frankly, the reason I want to create these liaison positions and this better communication is to make sure that we deal with that on the front end when that legislation is passing through the General Assembly, not on the back end.
Assuming that something.
Assuming we get to the back. Assuming we get to the back end, and our office finds it's unconstitutional. Or has the opinion it's unconstitutional, then we have that frank conversation with our friends at the General Assembly and our friends at the Governor's office, and we tell them we can't defend it. Because at the end of
that in a way that respects them and respects their role and their position as policymakers.
One, I don't think you make it a public matter. It's a private matter. It's a quiet conversation. It's between people that you've created a give and take, a respect among. And let me tell you, the leadership on both sides of the aisle, whether it's Democrat or Republican, I get along with the leadership on both sides, and I think I can have those conversations. I think our leadership in the legislature on both sides of the aisle is sensible, and they will listen to those conversations. I think if you let it get out in the public, they're going to get their fur up a little bit, and you need to avoid that. But you have that conversation with you. And I'll give you an example, and I don't want to go into the subject matter, but when Senator Norris was in the legislature, he had litigation he really wanted to pursue. And General Slater and I and others at the AG's office looked at it, and we just didn't think it had a chance of success. And that was our honest opinion. We talked to Senator Norris about it, and he's a dear friend. And he disagreed, obviously, but we worked out a solution that saved face on both sides. And that's how you try to do it, a little give, a little take. And but on this sort of thing where it is, if I make the decision that the statute's unconstitutional as Attorney General of the state of Tennessee, we can't defend it, and we just need to tell them we can. But again, I want to do everything I can to avoid being in that position. That's why one of the things I want to do is attend some of those judicial committee meetings over there, watch legislation as it's walking through the General Assembly. Once we see a problem, go talk to the sponsors, go talk to the leadership and say, hey, we see a problem. Be proactive on this. It'll avoid you a lot of heartache down the road.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice Kirby.
Hello, Mr. Young. Good to
Justice
see
Campbell,
you.
good to see you.
We have covered a lot of ground already. I do have just a couple of questions, mostly to follow up on some answers that you've given to my colleagues. First, related to the answer you just gave to Justice Kirby, I'm wondering what would your standard be for, or I guess threshold maybe is a better word to use. What would your threshold of unconstitutionality be for making a determination that you can't defend a law? I think one of the other applicants suggested something like, there's no good faith argument that can be made that the law is constitutional. Is that the approach you would take? Is it something different, something lower?
No, I think that's a good answer. It's no good faith argument can be made. If you can make an argument, and I'm convinced that it's an argument that a court might accept, we might decide to pursue it. But I will tell you something, I don't like losing in front of courts. It makes us look bad, and it affects our credibility going forward. So even if we can make maybe a credible argument, I might want to have that discussion with the members of the General Assembly and say, hey, this one, as I say out in the country, the squeeze isn't worth the juice. We make this weak argument, and it costs us credibility with the court, and then we have a case down the road we really think is strong. We don't want to have our credibility weakened with the court on the strong case. So I guess it really is a fact by fact. It depends on the facts, depends on the law, depends on what my support staff tell me, and I don't think there are any clear-cut guidelines you can adopt in looking at that, because each situation is going to be a little bit different.
You mentioned a few moments ago that you can't make any promises that you would be able to stay for the full 8-year term. I want to explore that a little bit more. What would be, I guess, the circumstances in which you wouldn't carry out the full 8-year term if selected for this position?
Well, it wouldn't be the offer of any other job. There could be something that happens in your family that would necessitate me leaving. I hope that doesn't happen, but you never know. And I don't want to, I don't want to say that it's going to happen, but you never know. And so I don't want to make that promise to you. I hope to stay 8 years. This is my dream job. I can't think of another place I want to be for the next 8 years. But I don't want to say, well, he promised me to be there 8 years and he ended up leaving. I'm not leaving for another job, and when I leave, I retire, and I will promise you this, I'm not going to re-up 8 years from now. You'll be selecting another Attorney General at that point in time. So I'm sorry I'm not giving you a definitive answer, but I'm giving you, I think, the best answer I can.
Well, let me put it this way. Would you agree with this statement that your intent would be to stay for the full 8 years absent
absolutely
extraordinary circumstances?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. One final question from me. Could you tell us about a failure that you have had as a leader, and how and what you learned from that experience?
I love that question. One, I need to better time myself on the 10-minute speech I gave you earlier. I ran a little over. But in real answer to your question, I found throughout the years when I'm responsible for hiring and firing folks, I'm too nice of a guy. And I've been burned by being too nice of a guy. If someone's not working out for you, it's better for them and better for you to go ahead and cut it off quickly and move on. And I've made the mistake in the past of trying to make it work out. And hopefully I've learned from that mistake, because I paid a dear price a couple of times on that one. That would be a failure. I would point that and being a Vanderbilt football fan, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Campbell.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your consideration of my application.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the day. Let me thank all the applicants for applying for this job. The application was and is formidable on purpose. Appreciate you spending the day with us, and you all have exhibited excellent performances here. You all are good candidates. I will assure you that we take our responsibility under the Tennessee Constitution very seriously to select the best candidate. You've made our job very difficult. I want to thank Rachel Harmon, our Deputy Director of the Administrative Office of the Courts, for all she's done to prepare for this, including being our timekeeper. Also, Cecia Lofton, who's done so much to get us ready for this. I'm sure she's spent a lot of time talking and emailing to you. This is her last week with us. We'll miss her very much. And also, Gina Hendricks helped quite a bit. But again, thank you all so much for applying and putting yourself out there. And we are adjourned.
All rise.